packages. I gotta get those out of the way so my address isn't revealed. If I move a camera around where it shouldn't be. What else? Dude. Are we doing good? Today's garbage day. I'm talking a little quieter. I'll warm up and start speaking loudly again in a minute. Oh, that tripod is in a real bad space. The face cam for my gaming thing. I saw Bike Man playing a game last night, and I think I got a good game for this weekend stream for Saturday. Oh, and my fridge is way too cold. It's been freezing over. We gotta check up on that. God, I have such dark circles under my eyes. What the fuck? Oh god, what was the IP address of the refrigerator? 115? Actually looked at. So Node Red still works. Oh, copyrighted song. Damn it. Curse you, Metronomic Live! I play Metronomic Live's mixes at the beginning of stream because that way I can double dip on the copyright bots. But it appears as though he's played a copyright song, so Twitch has protected me from myself. We've been kind of, we've been getting turned off of this mix lately. This is like the 15th time that I played it, so I gotta find something else to play. Thinking about signing up for a service, paying somebody for the music that I want to play. I don't know, though. This is like aggressively cold. It's like really, really cold. I guess it's okay. I guess the fridge will eventually like change its tune, but I really want to get into the configuration settings and raise it like 5 degrees. Because I think it's probably wasting a lot of energy. I had to actually thaw out the little drinks fridge because it's got a whole back plate for the compressor that's metal, and it has all the Freon or whatever running through it. And apparently it all froze over. I had a friend over the other day. We had beers in there. I don't think he pushed the door completely closed, so all of the moist air around here got in right before the air got really dry. It gets really dry here on like a particular day. You know, you get fall, everything's like rainy and fall-like for a little bit, and then bam, dry. And so I start getting static electricity shocks everywhere. So we're in dry season now, but like 2 days ago we weren't. So the whole back thing of my refrigerator freezes over with like frost. So last night I actually had to open it up, unplug it, and let it all thaw out. Meanwhile, I'm trying to actually force carbonate the other batch of cider that hopefully doesn't taste like vinegar. Oh man, everything, just a big cascade, the whole house of cards is falling down. What other port would this be under? Unless the Nginx gateway 148, it's not like 2000, is it? It's like, one of them's 2020, I think. What's this one? This is 1880. What if we tried 2020? No. I don't think it's 2000. I think that is the port. It's just not running. I think I might need to get into the Raspberry Pi and figure out what the hell's going on. I don't know how to really do that without the prompts of chat and or a really boring search. So let's just do what I was going to do anyway, and my refrigerator can freeze itself to death. Let's do a tier list. We can do a tier list. You guys want to do a tier list? Let's do a tier list. Why? Double frowny face. No, 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 no. Oh, I just want the normal format that looks like everybody else's. And I want it in paint, because, yeah, this will do. That's way too small. it's way too small. There's like the normal tier list. I just want like a paint template. Oh, that one looks terrible. That's like double S. Like people can't fucking commit. Yeah, let's take like one of the terrible ones with like double S. This'll do. Alright, so tier list. Let's do a tier list. First of all, so let's start. I don't know, where should we start? Let's start with triple S tier. Triple S tier is, in my opinion, triple S tier is like completely stupid. Like, who does a triple S tier? Who does an E tier? Wait a minute. Where's the F tier? Shouldn't there be F tier for like fail? No F tier is definitely F tier. What the hell's going on with this list? This one sucks. It starts too high. Okay, hold on. Now we gotta find it. We gotta find a real tier list. That tier list is an F tier list. That sucks. I do like this song though. There, we can just like, we just take it and then we can let's make a tier list. There we go. That'll do. That's big enough. All right. So first of all, we're not worried about all this stuff. Chick-fil-A will not die. Hold on. It's just my inability to create boxes that are large enough for it. We don't need it. We don't need to use tier list stuff to make our tier list. There we go. All right. S tier. There's nothing controversial about S tier. S tier sucks. It's just kind of dumb. I mean, you should commit to the highest tier instead of creating a higher than highest tier. So S tier is absolutely F tier, right? S tier is F tier. F tier, however... Oh, wait, hold on. We got audio ducking going on. Dun, dun, dun. Boop. All right, so F tier, I'm putting in A tier. Because F tier is where all the controversy happens, right? F tier is where all the controversy happens. So, like, all of the conversation is being generated by the stuff that you're putting into F tier. S tier is just pandering. It's stupid. Like, you should commit to A tier. So, in my opinion, A tier is S tier. A tier is definitely S tier. Now, B tier is usually just a dumping ground. So, B tier is definitely on the order of E or F tier. B tier is just kind of where you put stuff, right? I think B tier is more of a dumping ground. Maybe D tier. I would put that in D. B is D tier, just because it's just boring, right? Wow, what an amazing first time chat. I could buy followers? Man. You fucking asshole. God damn, can't you see that we're busy right now? We're trying to figure out what tiers are what. So anyway, yeah, B tier is D tier, because B tier is just boring. It's just where you put the stuff you kind of like. There's nothing special about it. Like it's not E tier, and it's definitely not F tier. F tier is where all the conversation starts. That's why F tier is A tier. A tier is S tier because that's where you're actually putting the things that you like instead of the things that you want to highlight and create more controversy about. and S tier is F tier because S tier sucks and you should commit to A tier being the best. So D tier, now that we've gotten to D tier, I'm gonna put that up at B, because I mean it's just kind of like a passing sort of tier. Like everything gets done at B tier. That's really what your A tier should be. So D tier is sort of the middle of the pack, but I'm gonna put that at B tier because B tier is actually A tier, and then S tier is dumb, which is F tier. E tier, I'm actually gonna say that E tier should probably be also A tier, because E tier is also where you differentiate. I mean, it's, you know, E and F, you're not really differentiating much from each other. If you made A tier, that would change the scale and the scale would slide over. We're gonna probably need matrix algebra in order to figure out where these tiers should go eventually. But I mean, I'm putting E tier in A tier because E tier is like F tier in that it's creating the controversy, it's creating a conversation, and there's stuff to talk about when you do that. And then finally, C tier. C tier is C tier. There's nothing else about it. I mean, C tier is just right in the middle. So C tier is C tier. You know, you're gonna generate a little bit of buzz off of it, but nobody really cares all that much. It's just like, that's just something that they haven't considered, or something that they don't want to maybe like generate any offense after. You know, it's like I don't really know what this is, but I've got nothing against it, so I'm gonna put it in C tier. So nobody's really talking about C tier. So C tier is definitely C tier. So that's my tier list. There you go. I guess I should make it smaller so that you can actually see what it is, but now it's too small. I don't have zoom levels. I don't have a sliding scale of zoom levels. It's only too big or too small. And then the entire tier list, I am gonna put in B tier. There we go. And then I'll make this larger so that the pixels are terrible. There we go. So that's my tier. Oh, why do I have an X-Acto blade just sitting here? Actually, it's not even an X-Acto blade. It's a scalpel blade, a non-sanitary scalpel blade. Hey, where did that guy selling ViewBots go? I could really use those. I gotta tape up the knife and then I can throw it out, I guess. Or probably I should dedicate a sharps container, to be honest. Oops, alright, just kick everything off of the magnets on my desk. Whew. Yesterday was spent mostly 3D printing. I meant to clean up the carboys, but... yeah, stream starts soon as F tier. And by virtue, also S tier. It's right up there with them. A tier is definitely S tier and deserves to be S tier. But yeah, A tier is F tier, because F tier and E tier are really where all of the conversation is generated. Those definitely deserve to be up with A tier, which is technically B tier, because S tier shouldn't exist. B tier is pretty much D tier, because D tier is kind of just where, like, a dumping ground for stuff that you're not really going to talk about, or things that you don't want to, like, offend people with. It's like, I don't really like this, but I don't know it enough, so I'm going to put it there. My tier list is D tier, B tier rather, because it's all right. It's just a little confusing. C tier is C tier, because C tier is the middle, and the middle is just completely and utterly inert. D tier is, of course, B tier, because it's just about where the conversation starts. It's sort of the actual lowest part of the list, where you're not mad at anything. E tier, I don't have any, you know, there's none of the tiers are really E tier, because E tier is the same as F tier, and the only thing that's F tier is S tier because it shouldn't exist. Ooh, looks like I distorted a little bit there. Is my voice okay? Am I crackling? Sounds fine. Okay. I just saw a little bit of red. A little bit of red on the monitor there. What tier would I put my stream in? Oh, God. No. God, all this Streamlabs stuff. I'm still on Streamlabs, by the way. That's what's generating all the alerts and stuff. I think I need to switch over to Stream Elements. Oh, that bruise is still huge. I need to switch over to Stream Elements because I didn't even know that there was. Because if you guys have been living under a rock, which this while I talk, this is a little distracting. Hold on, let me just go past the loud treble. Ooh, why is my encoder messing up lately? I don't understand that because I'm not really running anything on this computer. I wonder if I just need to restart it. It hasn't restarted in like a million years. Yeah, but if you guys didn't hear, Streamlabs OBS isn't. It doesn't have anything to do with OBS. They literally just took OBS and put it at the end of the name, and then they stole code without saying anything about it. And like everybody who I've seen talk about it is under the. Why did that lag? What's going on here? Was it the chat message? Is Chatterino like lagging my encoder? That doesn't make any sense. It should be like light as hell. Anyway, but yeah, we didn't know that Streamlabs and OBS are not in collaboration. And Streamlabs was like, yo, can we use OBS like for our whole software? And OBS was like, you got to give us like credit. Like we don't really want that. And they're like, okay, but we're going to do it anyway. Rest in peace, Watermelon. Thank you for following. Yeah, but apparently they weren't in cahoots at all. In fact, it was actually pretty much a pretty scummy move by Streamlabs. And Streamlabs has issued a formal apology. We're sorry, ooh, and that's all we get, right? And they're like, we don't give a fuck now. We're just gonna continue to use this software and roll it into our own thing. I never went to Slobs. I never used that. I don't like it. I use a separate window for chat. And oh yeah, you guys can't see it. I have a separate window for chat, and actually now I'm even running Chatterino so that I can do, you know, custom font, good looking, you know, chat on screen. But like I don't use slobs. I like my old school normal OBS. I'm not so old school that I'm using OBS like version 1 or whatever. Some people still use that. But I'm actually like, you know, I'm using OBS, but I didn't know it was so scummy. But like Streamlabs, I've been using their stuff for like forever. Like they've made money off of your donations. I gotta switch that out now, I guess. Yeah, the source code's all legal. It's about the name and the general behavior. Well, also the credit where credit's due, that they weren't giving credit for using like entire modules of code. Oh, Leb, you might know this. Do you remember what we set the gateway to the refrigerator to? Because we've got 1880, but what's the other port? I don't remember, and I'm trying to get into it because I need to change the temperature of the fridge. It's like freezing over, and I don't know why. I'm wondering if just that module just crashed. If you guys remember, yeah, how do I do a port scan? I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. If you guys remember, we put Node Red and my refrigerator all in the same Raspberry Pi. It's the one that sits in the rack mount over there. I don't remember how to get into my refrigerator. Hey, Cannibal Jesus. I don't remember how to get into my refrigerator. I would like to program my refrigerator because it's like, this is like aggressively cold. I think it does this around this season when it gets cooler in here. It's able to, the Freon is like so much more efficient that I think the control system doesn't know what to do. Because it thinks this room is 80 degrees, but it's not. Yeah, I can, yeah, SSH is how we did it before. So yeah, WinSCP. Of course I have SSH access. I'm on my own intranet. I gotta get rid of these little video encoding flubs. I don't know what's going on with that. Is it that I'm running too many sources? Gonad would know about that. Hello? There we go. Fridge Pi. I wonder if I look at these, the sites available for Nginx, will it tell me a port? Copyright music. Netstat? All right. Is that LNT or an INT? Is it capital I? Hold on. I'll just cut and paste it. There. $80.80. Who the fuck? It's either 1883, 2020, or 8080, but I think 1880 is... This is the... Yeah, 8080 is Node Red. That's this guy. Sorry, 1880 is that one. So maybe this one's 8080? $18.83 is MQQT. MQQT. Aha! We found it. It's 8080. All right. Good work, detectives. So the fridge is at 44, and it's supposed to be at 46. That's ridiculous. Oh, I think it's I think my password's 123. Yeah, good idea. Is it oh bother, or is it Jesse, or is it capital? Shit. brew, because I have an indoor electric brewing system that's supposed to live on that table. Burn the Subs kind of took over that. I have an indoor electric brewing system, so I have all the grain in the back of the basement here. And what I'll do is I'll do the whole thing, the mash tun and all that, you know, circulate the liquid through it and then dump ice in there to cool it. Once all that's said and done, you got yeast sitting in a bunch of sugar. That yeast will want to go through a specific life cycle, and if you want to get the flavors just so on your beer, now you don't need all this stuff to do brewing, right? I just did it because it was great. Like, you know, engineering, it's fun, a lot of projects. But if you take that yeast through a specific fermentation cycle at specific temperatures, you can really tune in the flavor really nicely. I don't think they're going to fill the positions to their liking directly from Vancouver, although there is a pretty decent amount of tech people there, to be honest, so maybe they will. Maybe they'll fill all the positions with Canadians, and they made an international YouTube video just to fuck with the rest of us. That would always be fun. But yeah, I gussied up my resume for it too. I was like, what what's the job title? Streamer? Yeah. Job title, streamer, professional clown, international man of mystery. Let me tighten this up. It's actually getting warm in here now suddenly. H-1B gimmick where he lists crazy technical requirements but no pay. Yeah, those things. Those are, I know somebody to fill this position, but I have to list it around here, so I'm gonna list it for $20 a week for like a master's degree. Yeah, they do that just so that they're able to sponsor somebody coming into the country. I'm gonna have to move the audio stuff completely out of the way, aren't I? Excuse me, you guys heard that. God, what a mess. What a mess. I'll have to clean that up later. All right, let's get the, can I fit the axis without knocking everything off of this table? The axis is a pretty large thing. It's pretty unwieldable, so let's see. Looks like I'll be able to grab it from over here, move it over to the desk. Ah! I'm not even sure if it's the right thing for me, that position. I'm happy to make this work if I can make this work. Gotta do work. Probably don't need thermals right now. Boop. Okay, they didn't turn off. Okay, cool. That's great. I had to manually turn them off. I don't know, stuff changed in OBS and my Stream Deck doesn't quite. By the way, there was a screaming hot deal on a bunch of this stuff. The internet controlled plug and monitor, and then the RGB LED. I had to talk to the lady who shall not be named, the lady from Amazon.com, and get her to order these, which was really ridiculous because it was too easy to do. And there was one other item to all of this, and it all costs $5. But the thing is, you can get knockoffs of these, and then you can flash them with what's called Tasmota, so you don't get their app. You can flash these with Tasmota, and you can sometimes do that over the air. I need to look around and figure out how to do this over the air. You can flash these over the air, and then you can use a program called Node-RED on a Raspberry Pi in order to make intelligent control of your lighting, and that's how we do this light right here turning on and off automatically. So Node-RED, I'm running from a Raspberry Pi, a headless Raspberry Pi, and I've got all kinds of stuff hooked up to it, so I can actually toggle on and off my desk lights. Yeah, you could also do, there's a bunch of different environments that you can run these things in. I would like to have the lady from Jeff Bezos' website able to control my lighting. I haven't done that yet. But there's stuff in here where basically, if I change scenes in OBS, or if I hit a button on the Stream Deck, it'll send an HTTP request, and then that will control all of the individual lights. So this one is the stream starts, basically, the specific, well, actually, wait, that one is the one running the specific commands. And then I think down here, this one is the one that actually does the scene from OBS. If it contains the word spring arm, then it'll toggle the stand light either on or off. And then if it has, what is that? That's the OBS control. So down here we have the OBS control flow. And what that's doing is it enables me to calibrate my cameras so that I get the best video out of them. But I forget where it is. It's somewhere around here. There's a flow that does basically the toggling. Actually, wait, I think it's Those are the 2mm lights. This one right here, that switch right here turns all of these lights on and off simultaneously, so that when I sit down to stream, I can be really lazy about it and I can just hit a toggle lights button. And all these different lights turn on or off. So if I do boop, everybody turns on. And they all come on at different rates just because of the, you know, the way the lights work. But then when I switch over to my scene with the camera on the arm, this light turns on and I get that third point of light and everything looks good. So that's what I've been able to do with these types of things. This one, I don't know what I'm gonna do with. We need to figure out how hot this thing runs. And then I am absolutely 100% certain that I can find a 3D model of this thing. I was thinking of making a wrap around this thing with text. Make it look like, you know, kind of like the Daily Planet kind of thing, and have it say on air, so that I can have like an air status, like whether or not OBS is broadcasting or not. I thought that would be kind of a cool thing to do with this. I mean, I have to plug it into 120 volts on a little light bulb stand, but I think that would be kind of neat to do. We could design all the text and stuff in Fusion and get that running. I think that would be cool. This one just goes onto a pile. This one goes into a pile of many devices like it that I now have. This one, however, costs like $2, so whatever. But yeah, there are knockoffs of these things that you can, and this one too, you can put Tasmota on it, and then it doesn't phone home, and you don't run their little app. We found that the app for these lights, which are supposedly app-enabled, these good video maker lights, if you install the app, because these are like $75, really nice floodlights, right? For the amount of money that you're paying, these are good, and they got barn doors and everything, right? You can do the color adjustment and the brightness, and they've got enough light area that for the stuff I'm doing, at least, they're actually a nice light. These are actually in Tiger King during that chimpanzee's birthday. I noticed they were using Good Video Maker lights. I'm like, hey, that's my brand. Anyway, Good Video Maker, interesting light. If you install their application, the application requires you to connect to the light as if this is a router. So the only connection, there's no internet involved, is between you and the Good Video Maker light. And that's how you can control this light remotely, which is a bunch of bullshit. That's so stupid. You can only connect to one light at a time. There's no differentiation, really hard differentiation between the lights. And you have to completely connect your phone over to this thing. Phones are like completely integrated on the internet, so I don't know what they were thinking. At least the version of the application that I saw. Maybe they've improved it since then. But we had somebody reverse engineer the application for the Good Video Maker light. And it appears to whitelist a Chinese propaganda email server. As far as we know, looking up the name lists it as a Chinese propaganda email server. I wish I could send it like Taiwan as a country or something just to generate a little bit of drama. But like, look, I don't know what that freaking app is doing. The people that reverse engineered it aren't me, and I have no reason not to trust them. However, whatever I'm saying is like completely under, you know, there's no scrutiny. I didn't verify or double check or anything like that. So, but anyway, I don't trust the app. I don't trust the app at all. So what you can do is you can flash these things with something called Tasmota, and then it'll connect to your local internet network, and then you're able to go in through your internet and turn the light on and off and change the parameters and look at the stats. Or you can get it running with Node-RED. And then we ran into a copyright song and it went away. Copyright music. Yeah. Yeah, I've had a good time with that because I've been able to automate a lot of the stuff around the shop here in terms of turning on and off lights and calibrating cameras and stuff. That's been really nice. Tuya's also suspicious. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. I don't know. Man, there are a lot of like, I'm noticing a lot of like, look at that. See, as soon as I like start moving, there was like a lag spike. Encoding overloaded. Why? I'm not doing anything that crazy. I should have plenty of hard drive space. Shouldn't be that. That shouldn't be the problem. Actually, wait, it's C drive. Yeah, we got 190 gigs left. I need to defrag my solid state hard drive. I don't understand. OBS, the later versions of OBS, something's weird. We didn't used to have like little lag spikes all over the place. And on top of that, I'm about to open Fusion, so that's gonna cause even more drama. maybe Windows is updating in the background or some shit like that. That's what I thought it was, but it's doing it now, so... Oh, Fusion. How I wish you were capable of fitting onto my overlays a little bit better. I mean, I guess I could make the desk cam and my face cam a little smaller so that you guys get more surface area on this thing these days. I don't know. You know, splitting the screen like this is at least everything fits, but it's safe to assume Windows is always updating. You should use Linux, so bother. I know you didn't say that, but it's the implication. All right, here's the laser cart files. You're not updating, are you? Fusion team error message. Okay, everything's working. Yeah, the timeline on this thing is a mess. It's a mess. Okay, yeah, let's get going here. I don't know how long this is going to take today. There's a possibility that today is just going to be very short, just because everything might go together really, really well. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but you know, that's the way these things go. Sometimes we just don't have that much to do. Although there is plenty of stuff to hook up here. We need to redo the laser anyway. So yeah, I think we have plenty of content for today. Let's be honest. But let me fade out the music. This is something I should have automated, which is fading out the music and then starting the show. I could have had a splash screen come up and all that stuff, but I tend to be fairly Spartan with these things. I think a lot of the fun and the comedy from this show comes from either the jankiness or just my ability to suddenly change scenes into whatever I want it to be without like a big hullabaloo, or to have like machines come in from the sides like it's an old website and be like, pew, 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 you know, we're changing scenes. Nah, I think just changing scenes in and of itself is something that, you know, it's good to learn how to do. It's good to learn how to make that smooth. So let me get rid of start soon, and let's go to the ARM camera. And we have here, wait, without this stuff, get out of my way. You guys are for the future. You're not for now. We have one axis of burn the subs. Now, burn the subs, the axis for burn the subs. This axis is the y-axis for the burn the subs. And this we're going to put together today. I have it partially together just so that I could figure out what the ideal height would be of everything on this. But this thing, if you don't know what burn the subs is, this is, and that's actually video. There's just nothing going on. It's actually a video camera. There's nothing going on over there, okay? It's not a picture, I swear. Burn the subs is this wall-mounted maple plank. This thing's gonna hit me in the head. This wall-mounted maple plank. Yeah, new slab on the board and everything. I don't know where you've been, Glurp. Certainly hasn't been here. Burn the Subs is my wall-mounted subscriber etching table, I guess. It's a laser. It's an XY laser table, let's be honest, but it has a very unpowerful laser on it. Now, I'm saying unpowerful. It's unpowerful for like shop, right? It's not a powerful laser. It's not going to cut anything. It barely even scorches stuff. It is very powerful in terms of safety. Even the really, really dinky lasers are super duper dangerous for your eyes. And I'm not talking about your friend who gets your laser pointer and immediately just goes and starts shining in people's freaking retina. That's not great. And I've done that before. I've given lasers to friends at college, and they immediately went up to the lounge on the 14th floor or something, and they had a game. They immediately made a game with rules, which was if the guy flips you off, that's 2 points. If they cover their eyes, that's 1 point. If they run, that's 12 points. Let's start shining it at cars, at which point I had to jump and tackle them and actually like pull the thing out of their hands before we got arrested. Look, man, lasers are dangerous, right? The laser that we've got on the wall is 1.4 watts, which is a lot of power. Your consumer, like, safe pointing laser is something on the order of like tens and 20s of milliwatts. Above that, and it gets into a new classification that's like super dangerous. Yeah, shining it at airplanes where the beam expands to the size of the entire pilot's, if you've seen some of those views of lasers from pilots, it's insane. It is bad. So, yeah, a lot of people that do that get arrested. I've seen videos of them doing that live. Anyway. The laser board is a 1.4 watt laser, and it is an XY laser etching table. Now, there are different ways to move lasers around. There are that you can wiggle mirrors back and forth. You can do all kinds of different things. The most theatrical way to do it is to move the entire laser around in order to burn people's names, because it's more artisan. It looks cooler to have the laser like actually move around and do all the swoop-de-hoops of the name and all that fun stuff, right? 5 milliwatts is the legal handheld? Yeah. Well, that's technically the law. Nobody's enforcing it, let's be honest. You look at laser forums and the websites and stuff like that, and people have like insane super duper lasers that are like blowing in people's faces off. So our laser is 1.4 watts, and that puts it in a classification that is insane. That's like, do not shine that at people at all, because it's horrible. It can burn plastic. In doing so, we kind of determined that would be a good power laser, so that the burning of names was slow enough that it looked cool, right? Hey, thank you for the follow. Valdevere. Anyway, it's a wall-mounted laser, and actually a lot of the danger from that board isn't from the direct laser beam, it's from the reflections. So you can see how I'm not facing it. When I position the cameras and then I come back over here, I'm not facing that board. I'm not looking at that. The reflections of the laser off of like a white wall can be bright enough that your eye doesn't register it and you don't know that you're getting damaged. Now, we have this wonderful, cool little safety feature called an eyelid, and generally that'll get you out of any trouble with powerful lasers, but you can't be too careful because, yeah, there's some danger in that. Now, I know what I'm doing. I wanted to explain all that to tell you guys that I know what I'm doing, because every time there's like a safety weenie that comes in and starts telling me about how I shouldn't be staring at a laser, and I'm like, not. I'm over here. So we run a 1.4 watt laser on that board. We need something to move it around and to keep it tight. We need to keep it in place. We need to bleed off a little bit of the heat that the laser generates when it's burning like a large batch of names, but mostly we need to couple it to the motion of the X and the Y. And so in order to fit my larger plank of wood, we couldn't just delete the database and run the entire board again. The way that this board works is I have one big motor that's running both of the X-axis carts back and forth that has a solid, what is it? Motion axis? I don't know what they call it. Anyway, it's got a solid axis on both of the X carts, so those move in tandem with one another. And those have what is called a gantry running between them. And that gantry is just a word for bridge. It's just got a gantry in between them. So I got big angle irons that are holding up a linear bearing. And actually, this is kind of useless because there's like no force on this. So we don't need all the hullabaloo of a linear axis. Anyway, that's what I got. That's what I have sitting in my parts bins. So that moves it in the y-axis, and it has to also move this motor and everything. The next version of Burn the Subs is going to use a different scheme where the cart is going to be even lighter than it is here. Right now, this is just something that we cobbled together. Burn the Subs, the original version, version 1, was spare parts, mostly. It was just stuff that I had lying around waiting for a project. Burn the Subs 2, slight modifications. 2.5 is a little bit more 3D printing in the modifications and an extension of the x-axis to fit the new board. Version 3 is going to be completely new technology. We're not going to be using stepper motors. Anyway, this is Burn the Subs version 2.5, and what we have here is the x-axis that's being moved by a big motor. We got a slightly smaller motor moving the y-axis, and we need something to attach the laser to the y-axis cart. We need to attach the belts. We need to attach the wires that make all this stuff possible. And in doing so, we also have to mount the circuit board that controls the laser power, because it just sends 12 volts on a little activation signal to this board, and this board determines that our 1.4 watt laser uses a certain amount of current, and then the diode doesn't explode. So we need all those accoutrements. One thing that I forgot? This guy right here. We'll probably have to manually drill a hole for the little safety light that we put on there. The cute little safety light that'll be the last step. I got to figure out where that goes. Interesting. I wonder if I'll put it with the bracket. So in the new version of the laser, instead of just mounting this thing here with a copper pipe strap, I am actually going to be putting a laser diode into a diode carrier thingy housing, whatever, and then we clamped it down with actually what is meant to be like a linear bearing holder. It's a linear rod holder. So it's a little 12 millimeter pinchy thingy, but it's made out of metal. So that will actually dissipate the heat really well. This laser should be totally fine to function without any heat sinks or anything for it. Now, if we run trials on this thing, I would like to determine whether or not I want to use the M.2 drive heat pipe cooler that looks kind of neat. Because that would be something that we could hoist over this thing's petard and have it kind of like cool things off a little better. Maybe not better. Maybe it'll just make it look cooler. But anyway, we didn't factor this in. I spent a whole stream taking this thing apart, trying to make it do our bidding. I don't know. I don't know the benefits anymore. I don't know anything anymore. A lot of waste in rapid prototyping, right? What's up? Nothing's working. I sound inexperienced. I'm calling the laser police. Not them. Not the laser police. They're very unfair. So we, or rather I'm using the imperial we decided the position of all these different components around that cart. We decided the position of all these different components around that cart. And so from there, I was able to design the solids. So I took other people's three-dimensional files. I put them into, hold on, let me see if I can damn it. Timeline's all messed up in this drawing. Where's the end of the timeline? Oh, geez. Okay. Anyway, we were able to determine all the positions for, okay, hold on. Let me get a good angle of this. We were able to determine all the positions of the stuff that goes into this, right? We were able to find 3D models on Thingiverse and create a model for the circuit board. And then from there, we were able to put together the solids and figure out what screws are going to hold it together, what kind of things are going to hold what kind of things, and just sort of tweak and tune our design until we have something that's acceptable in order to shuttle this laser up and down along my wall. So once we get this together, of course, I still have to accommodate for the little orange light. I don't know where I'm going to put that yet. Once we get this together and I get it up on the axis over on the board over there, I may or may not want to play with the control board to clean it up a little bit. It's kind of a mess. There's kind of a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on in there, and I would like a better water pump and maybe a couple other things, but that might be too much. I might just want to start it up again because we haven't had a laser board for months now, and I'm feeling it. I want it back. So I may or may not spend a little bit of time working on the control board, which will, you know, obviously we'd benefit from that, right? Like if I put it in a little box or something, or if I made a little box and a maker beam that we could put it in, because then I can do a different reservoir, and I can do you know, a better pump. Maybe we'll have to do that, and we could turn over the cooling to Python on the Raspberry Pi. We could have it pull temperature sensors and figure out whether or not the pump is needed. I don't know. That might be too much work. I don't know. We have another Arduino that I hid behind the control panel, the little push button part that does the pump, and it pulls temperature sensors and it turns the pump on periodically to keep bubbles from forming, which doesn't work. And I'm like the back of my mind, I'm like, you should redesign that because it could be better. But I'm like, no, I can't. It's scope creep. So yak shaving and all that. But anyway, so this is the cart that we designed, and I want to put this one to bed. I want to finish this because once we get this done, I will have the hardware done, and if I figure out what I want to do with the control board, we can start in on the software, which is going to be Python. We're going to be doing a lot of parcel tongue in the next couple of weeks for this project, and the Python is what I need to do is I need to make a utility program that uses all the same settings as the Python that we already have in order to allow me to trace the live edge of this board so that we can have a good keep out area. And then we, of course, need to do some of the software changes, like the single font for gifties and regular subs. So the font size isn't going to change, but if you gift a sub, it'll be a little bit different than when you just sub directly to the channel. I think that'll be really cool. I think that'll look really cool. I hope. I think the ratio to, I don't know what the ratio of people normally subbing to people gift subbing is, because we've had, you know, when the board starts up, we're probably going to have a couple very large gift subs come in. And for the next couple weeks, we're going to have a couple very large, you know, groups of gift subs come in. Those are going to taper off pretty much exponentially as time goes on. And periodically there will be, you know, a little spike in gift subs. We do have kind of like a little trickle of gift subs coming in. But most of the subs on this channel are people subscribing themselves. So it's going to be interesting to see. And I don't know what it's going to look like. It might actually look bad. If I had more gift subs than I had normal subs, I think that would look really cool on the board, because then you would have the periodic large name with a sort of a smaller background of noise. But that's not going to happen. That's what the previous boards have looked like. So it'll be interesting to see how the ratio plays out and what the artwork is going to look like once it's generated itself. It's going to be a stress test. Yeah, you know what? It always is, and we know the board's up to it. I do like making it ambiguous. Ambiguous? I didn't like commit to saying the B. I like making it ambiguous because people come in and they go, hoo, what happens if somebody gifts a bunch of subs? And I'm like, ooh, woo, I don't know. That would definitely mess everything up. And then they do gift a bunch of subs and I get rich. So, but you know, look, it can take it. The board can take, the database stuff with Python is pretty good. I would love to turn over the function of the board to Node-RED and have Node-RED do the vetting of names. And then we could have an explicit filter on it too, with like banned terms. I don't think we're going to get around to doing that. I don't think we're going to get around to doing that for this iteration. So I'm just going to have to be quick on the trigger if anything pushes the envelope. Nobody's been bad about that lately, though. I think you guys are good on that. It's just there were some names on the previous board that I had to kind of like do some emergency with and be like, what are you doing? You know, because like Twitch. Okay, so the principle behind the board is that these are Twitch usernames, right? So Twitch should be vetting their usernames for terrible terms. But that doesn't happen because people can like make a name and then almost immediately gift it a subscription. So one thing that I might do is if the account age, I don't think you get an account age field on the JSON return. If you did, I would say, like, if the account is under a month old, maybe it should go through an approval before I do it. I know but Twitch, and that's part of the fun of the board, is that you know, there are all kinds of terrible names on there, but there's a threshold. There's a threshold. All right, so let's take a look at this thing, man. I mean, I kind of want to put this thing together. Where does my nickname come from? It's just a British phrase. Yeah. I didn't actually make the Winnie the Pooh. I didn't even think about Winnie the Pooh when I made the name. I guess it fits now, but you know, whatever. I think it makes this channel toxic for politicians, but that's fine. But yeah, the name just basically just came from the British phrase, because I was trying to think of a handle. I was like, dude, I need a handle. And I'm like, oh, I can't figure this out. Whatever. I'm like, oh bother. All right, let's do that. Yeah. And then I was gonna rebrand this channel, but because I was active in the community for because I was active in the community with Previously Recorded Live, which was the Red Letter Media guys. Did a project for them, right? I did the Project Hornet. Project Hornet was a controller that they wanted to make. And I did the electronics for their hardware. Didn't have a 3D printer or anything at the time, right? I could have done their full service project nowadays, but that ain't happened now. But anyway, so Previously Recorded Live, they had their stream. Good times. We all had fun. They ended. Their last stream, their very last stream, was about when we finished submitting all the stuff for Project Hornet to them. And so they were going to give me a shout out. They didn't expect it. They're like, we haven't given a single shout out for the entire duration of our channel. Like, hey guys, I sent you the files for Project Hornet. And they're like, oh, check out this Oh Bother guy. He's going to start streaming. I was like, oh. So I became their only shout out ever, which is kind of cool. But that was on this handle. So I kept this handle because I thought it would be too confusing, because everybody in that channel knew me as Oh Bother. So I just kept it. That's where we are. That's where we are today. I guess it's fine for branding. I guess it's fine. It's got the underscore in it, and everybody calls me Oh Brother, which is a little annoying. Nobody reads these days. Meanwhile, I'm like stumbling over everybody's Twitch names. All right, let's see what we got here. So these are fresh off the 3D printer. I did all the 3D printing yesterday. I did 2 different iterations of these little cleats that go on the ends. These little cleats that go on the ends. So these guys over here. These guys over here. These are a lot smaller than I thought they would be. The ones that I built for the Burn the Subs 3 axis were much larger and much more wieldable. I hope these have the mechanical tolerance to hold this thing together. I guess part of the drama of Burn the Subs is, hey, maybe it'll rattle itself into pieces today. These are a lot smaller than I thought they would be. I suppose they'll go together, but man, they are tiny. They're tiny little things. Push comes to shove, I guess I could make them larger. We definitely have space for it. So we'll just try out this and see how we like it. The other part that I was a little concerned with was... this part right here, which are the things that are basically translating the entirety of the motion of the motor onto our axis. So all of the mechanical forces are here. And we've got 3 measly little cleats for it, right? We got 3 measly little nubbins of PETG. They look pretty good in the 3D print, though. They look pretty good in the 3D print. Now, I didn't print it in gray. Typically, when I'm doing stuff like this, the first printout, the initial print of my prototype, I'm doing in gray. Why? Well, gray, the color gray prints better. It's easier to see blemishes on. You can see a lot of the different, like weirdness of the printing and stuff like that. You got more meetings? Do your meetings have meetings? You should make a tier list for your meetings tier lists. Gray mats, right? Because the camera needs to see something gray. Otherwise, it looks like I'm about to explode into a blood fountain. with blood pressure. I had green mats before, which I like, but the green makes the camera go, wait a minute, there should be more red in this histogram of colors. Let me auto adjust. These Logitech cameras auto adjust to a fault, and so they pump up all your reds. You can see right now that even still, what the hell am I hearing? It's either a motorcycle or a wood chipper. I can't be sure. Or a spaceship. Jesus Christ, that's a weird noise. Anyway, I'm here like, it's like, what the fuck is that? They already like assassinated all the leaves on in this little neighborhood yesterday. There's like 500 people. So yeah, anyway, this guy right here, the red, you can see it's like super bright. It does not look like that in real life. It's not glowing in real life. But the red and the black scheme I wanted to keep with, right? So I did the initial print in black. It's okay. It turned out fine, but I like to show you guys this stuff in gray first. Gray is the color that I buy more often than ever. Yeah, look at this. Look. It's like on fire. What the hell? Anyway. Oh, at least you can see some of the detail here. But yeah, these actually printed out nicely. Pretty nice. Now I'm working with a new type of infill. I forget what it's called. But it's like a wavy infill that's a little better than the hexagon, supposedly. But I had this thing tuned very tightly to hexagons. So I had to do 6 top layers in order to get it to look like this. PETG does not like to bridge, and I don't have a fan. So I didn't work with proper bridging settings going on. One day we're gonna solve my fan issue, I think. one day we need to look at the fact that my 3D printer doesn't have a fan. Maybe do a little work to correct that, right? What the hell's going on over there? Okay, it's nothing. It's nothing. Gyroid, yeah, there we go. That's the name, gyroid. Yeah, I've been playing with gyroids. Also, that is a nozzle height setting right there. That should be tighter. What does this one look like? Yeah, same thing. I think I need to lower the nozzle like a couple tenths of a hundredths of a millimeter. Oh my God, double alerts. Double alerts for the front door. God forbid. There's a laser, by the way. This is a laser line generator. We're not going to be using that lens. All right. So anyway, from what we designed, we have made a couple assumptions. We have made the cleats for the belts exactly the same size as the belts. So that might not work. This has a little bit of wiggle room in it where it mounts to the main cart. So that should be okay, although it might be too loose. I think it'll be okay because all it's supposed to do, I added a post to it too. I added a post to it, and then we have a thing for the drag chain on the end. So that should be okay. This happened to work out because of the measurements that I took, even though it was supported. So that's good. We're good on that one. That was one of the places where I thought everything would fail. And the height measurement is good so that I'll have a washer on the end clamping it down. But that's actually really tight. Like, that's not moving anywhere. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with the way that worked, even though the sides of the cart are like melting down and stuff because of my printer settings. So I need to come back and I need to revisit some of my printer settings here. We'll have to see, though, because we're assuming that the cart model that I downloaded has exactly the same hole spacing as the real thing. We're going to jump right into it, and we might get lucky with this, but oftentimes when I'm designing stuff like this from scratch, I'll have to tweak the holes a little bit just to get everything to fit in just the right spot. So we'll see where we get to. But again, assembly of this thing shouldn't take too long. Oh my God, look at the meltdown or the elephant's foot going on here. That ain't good. I need to adjust to like a lot of the settings on my printer. Actually, this curled up on the edges. See that? So I need to take a look at that. I think I have a version of it that didn't curl up, unless this one's the latest. I think it is. Yeah, it curled up a little bit. I don't think it can be helped. I actually got my support settings to work properly, so these just break off now. Before I had to actually like get a wrench and like really separate it. But look at that. It's not even round. I told you guys it wouldn't be round. It was like it just all melted down. And then of course you've got the wavy the wavy stuff in there. There's all kinds of errors that I can correct on my 3D printer. But what I'm concerned with is the location of the holes and the fact that everything is sort of close enough to the right spot that it'll hold everything up. Because it doesn't need to be a perfect print to work properly. All right, hardware. Laptop screw kit, my favorite. And then I need a couple countersunk screws. Yeah, I've seen, like, I don't know, especially around here, like if my printer isn't working perfectly, apparently it garners endless comment about what I should be doing differently. But like the printer doesn't have to work at 100% to create a functional print. That's really what I'm trying to stress, especially right now. Sorry, let me find tapered fasteners, and I'll get a hex wrench over here. Actually, I could just use my screwdriver. I don't think I need to use the super duper shallow ones. How do these fit in? These do all right? Yeah, look at that. Okay, you guys can't see it. Yeah, actually what you're supposed to be doing, in order to correct that, you should do this. I know everything. I've been getting a little pissed off about that. Nobody is humble on the internet, and I try to be. I try to be the best at being humble. Nah, I try to, like, you know, I try to be open to other people, like, correcting stuff. But man, some people... That's a pretty good fit. I mean, I could give it a little bit more distance there because it's not quite falling in. I think maybe it wasn't exactly a 90-degree taper. I think it's 82 or whatever that other one is. That, or I just need to make it a little deeper. Maybe I need to make it like 6.2 millimeter at the top. But there's enough threads here that should be able to carry the weight of everything. Like 2 or 3 threads can hold like hundreds of PSI, right? So, so that should be able to probably hold everything in together. And then the taper of these fasteners isn't just to make it fancy in a flat surface. It's actually so that we get that up and down stability, right? Ah, fuck! Not a bag of Milky Ways is here. I gotta go. Nah, I'm just kidding. All right. Anyway, how's it going, man? So yeah, those holding this in with the taper are going to keep this thing from being able to move back and forth. If I was using normal bolts, if I was using normal screws on this thing, like these guys here. No, wait, hold on. Let's get a longer one so I can hold it. There we go. So if I was using these guys here, if you gap around the threaded post, then there's a possibility that if things loosen up a little bit or whatever, you can have it move. Even if they're tight, you can have it like shuffle a little bit, and I wanted to get rid of that possibility. I don't think that's going to be such a big deal. I mean, the pressure that we can get from like a laptop screw would probably be fine. It's just, I just don't want that to be any kind of a possibility, because if the motor's moving the cart and something bumps it and it moves it to the maximum amount of force that it can take, it could unseat the cart a little bit, and that could cause us problems with alignment. It's very important that once this thing is zeroed in, and it gets its 0 point, that none of the hardware moves. So if it moves, we run into a problem like we had last board, where names collide. Because the tolerances are gonna be very tight on this board. They're not gonna be as tight as the previous one, but they're gonna be tight. So if anything moves, and that's why I went through the trouble of printing end stop mounts that were much different than the ones before, right? If anything moves, that 0 point is technically different, and so things will go awry. So all right, right is what I just said. Let's get this thing together. Let's start doing. Let me see here. So I gotta undo all this stuff from the axis, and then all this new stuff comes in. Looks like I'm gonna need every kind of screwdriver that I own. Let me get the iFixit kit. It's like way out of the way here. I meant to play Into the Radius VR, but my headset's screwed up. And somebody made a comment on some such stream like, "Hey, Bother, isn't that like right up your wheelhouse? How come you have trouble getting your headset working?" I'm like, I know. That's the problem. That's why it's so frustrating. I don't know what's going on. It's like USB or something like that with the index. Let's do this one. Get rid of that one right there. it's like really, really moody about what USB it's plugged into. So if you guys get an index, which I'm not going to say is not worth it, I've had fun with mine. I just haven't had a lot of time to use it. I would say take special note when you set the thing up. I think they've probably gotten over some of those growing pains in terms of like being super sensy to what USB slot it's plugged into. Because like some people don't have problems with this. I am sitting here perusing the support forums in order to figure out what the hell's going on with my setup. But like what I plugged it into initially is what it has to be plugged into permanently. You can unplug it and plug it back in. You just need to make sure that it goes into the same stuff. And then I had a bunch of problems with USB drivers, and I had to enable developer modes and stuff like that. Oh god, it's just such a pain in the ass. I don't know if maybe my unit like is I could get it recalled or something. But last time I talked to support, because it's off and on functional, the last time I talked to support, they were like, try plugging it into a different USB. I'm like, all right, I'll humor you. And I'm like, oh, it works again. And they're like, well, problem resolved. And they turned into a pile of ash and blew away in the wind. It's like Windows 20 years ago. Yeah. Man, USB was such a nice upgrade. I was so happy with USB because you could unplug your mouse and plug it back in without restarting. Kids think they got it good these days. I remember back when... Now we are actually yelling at the cloud. A cloud, the cloud, whatever. That out of there. All right, here we have our cart. Let's hope it's the same dimensions as the model that we got. All right. You know how many people join the stream with that? You unoriginal person. I mean, I guess you got flatulent in the name, so it makes sense, but let's see how close to what we designed this thing comes out as. Who knows? It's all up in the air. Actually, it's not all up in the air. It's actually very, very carefully planned. Such as engineering, right? I just say that because it's fun. But in reality, everything that we've done here is very carefully measured and planned. He says as he focuses the camera on the cart, and we realize that all the screw holes are completely in the wrong place. Ah, no, that actually looks pretty good. Actually looks pretty good. Hey, I think we got it right. At least as close to right as makes no difference. So whoever provided that 3D model to GrabCAD, I think it was GrabCAD. I don't think it was the Thingiverse. GrabCAD usually has more visually detailed models, whereas Thingiverse has just STLs that are just kind of like meshes that aren't as functional in an engineering sense. There are too many polygons, or they're too rough for what they should be. I really like GrabCAD more. If you go to GrabCAD's website, though, it looks like a shady scam or just like an industrial company. I don't know what the hell they're doing over there. You need to like click through to get to their actual database of parts, which is extremely useful when you get around to finding it. Now I need to screw in these screws because but my hand is going to be in the way, right? So I got to do this. So yeah, if anybody out there knows Mr. Linux from Linux Tech Tips, Canada's droppiest tech guy, let him know about me, because they put up a job offer thing, and it looks pretty cool. It looks pretty, like, my friends were after me about how it's right up my alley. But the thing is, they are looking for someone to fill the position who is Canadian, which I'm very much not. So, yeah, I had to gussy up my resume. It was like job title, streamer. I'm cringing. Putting your job title up as streamer is ridiculous. But in terms of engineering, I mean, it should be a pretty solid resume. But yeah, they're not looking for right now. It seems like they're not looking for non-Canadians to fill the position, even though they posted it on their internationally renowned channel. So it's only a matter of time until they accept other positions. But like, they have a thing there to filter out. Because one of the questions was, can you start tomorrow? Like, it's like, oh, I actually can't. And then my friends, in arguing with me, were like, here's a plane ticket to Vancouver. I'm like, no. I don't think you guys understand. It doesn't work like that. Like, when you're hiring an international person for a position, you need to look within the country first. At least that's the way it works in, which way is Canada? Up. You know, that you need to try to file the position from within the country first in order to sponsor somebody with like a working visa or whatever, however it works. I don't know how Canada works, but it would be pretty cool. I don't really know anybody in that area though. I know streamers in that area. That'd be really awkward. Hey, this is my like shitty apartment while I get established. That worked really well. I'm actually a little blown away by how well that worked. That worked really well. Tapered or countersunk fasteners on a 3D print axis cart on an axis that we downloaded on the internet. Now, I forgot that those were black. I probably would have inverted all the colors for everything because I thought, because of the 3D model that we got, in order to keep the color scheme going, the 3D model that we got has a red stopper on the cart. So I probably should have done the base plate in red. Oh, but then this is black. So I'm just trying to like alternate between the colors to just try to kind of get a scheme going, just to vary up the look of everything. I'm not going totally crazy with it. I could have used like translucent colors and stuff if I really wanted to, but I think this will be okay. But yeah, so that worked out really well. That looks really good. And these tapered fasteners will keep this thing from being able to be jostled in any direction. So wherever this linear bearing is, the cart is. Cool. All right, step 2. What is step 2? Well, I guess step 2 would be attaching this guy. This little guy right here. So this is just to hold up what's called the drag chain. Yeah, this is temporary unless it works, in which case it's permanent. This would be temporary until the next version of Burn the Subs. I don't know where the safety light's gonna go. I forgot about it. I could drill and tap a hole in the laser itself and put it up here. We'll figure that out once we assemble everything else, right? This is better than a semi-permanent bodge, though, you know? I mean, these screws went pretty deep into the 3D print. I think they're actually, like, moving away the material around it. Maybe the 3D print wasn't as accurate as it could have been. I tightened them down as much as I thought necessary. I felt like I was stripping screws. Yeah, those aren't turning anymore under normal torque, which is however much grip I have over this fastener here. And I think there's little enough vibration around here, and the plastic will be acting like a pseudo nylon in order to make them into sort of locked in place screws. I find that screwing stuff into PETG is like a pseudo nylon. It's like a weak nylon that'll sort of hopefully help keep a little vibration resistance to the fastener. Like this, an actual lock nut will get all of the strength of the metal, and then you get the locking effects of the plastic fitting the threads of the screws exactly, right? There's literally zero backlash on your nylocks because you've custom threaded to the threads that are going into the nylon. At least the first time. The second time it's a little more dodgy, and then the third time you might as well just use a regular bolt or a regular nut. But yeah, anyway, that's nylocks. But we're not using nylocks, but the plastic I find is a nice little friction damper for vibration. So that's pretty good. Pretty happy with this. This is coming together. It's looking as hideous as the rest of our design. This really is a hideous design. I'm really like when that video was like, if you're an engineer that doesn't like to be on camera or whatever, it's like you know we need product design people, and I'm like, yes, everybody will want to run out and buy something as hideous as whatever the fuck I've made right here. Nope. Anyway, all right. So the next step is I guess to get the quote unquote crane on there. I'm calling it the crane. So here's the crane, and this is something that we designed in order to hold up the drag chain. Now, if this were to take any particular amount of force, this would be like the worst thing that I could possibly do, because each of these is going to be as strong as that little joint right there, and PETG is kind of flexible. So if this thing had any force on it, I'm actually manipulating it right now. That was actually bending it. Yeah, you can bend it in this axis. It might be a little bit more resilient if I try to bend it like this, but this way, it can move. It doesn't matter though, because all we're doing is trying to keep this stuff under wraps. Now this will put force on the up and down axis of it, which is going to, I mean, this thing it'll just flex. It'll just flex. There's nothing, but we don't need it to be, it doesn't need to be strong. All it needs to do is hang up that piece of plastic. So let's see, what fasteners did I plan on using? If you guys can't tell, I had 2 enormous Red Bulls before the stream. So I'm burping like candy burp. It is a weird flex. I am weird flexing today. All right, so let's get some of these laptop screws out. These are what I'd like to be using everywhere. I mean, we use the countersunk screws, but you know, whatever. Let's see here. Wait. Is that a 3-prong? This is a 4-prong. What's it doing all the way up here? All the other ones are down there. Weird. The iFixit kit is organized in a very strange way. All right, let's see here. I think maybe I wanted to use these big guys on it. I'm probably not going to be able to use the really short ones. Just test it with that. All right, yeah, so it's going to be a little less than a slide fit. I should have expanded it a bit more. And actually, that's the wrong size fastener. That's too big. Yeah, okay. So one size down from that one, which I think are these. I did not depth these. That could be a problem. Well, that's going to be enough that the dodgy amount of contact, the pressure contact that I get on the threads of the screw should work out, but I may need to go to a shorter screw because I didn't really plan the depth out of these guys. I think they go all the way through, don't they? If they go all the way through, that'll be okay, because they'll hang out over the edge of the axis. They don't go all the way through. Well, the thing about support material, in spite of the number of layers that I put on the support material, this screw is going to put so much force into it that it could actually pop out of the other side of the thing if I screw it all the way through. There's a subreddit for that. Anyway, so we have plenty of wiggle room on this thing because I gapped the sides quite a bit just to make the models fit together. That was that last little push-pull step that we did on the thing. I did not find a screw that's the same size as that one, did I? That's going to be too long, isn't it? Way too long. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. And spend another half a second actually choosing a screw that's not going to ruin everything. Oh yeah, that one's much shorter. Okay, so I just need to find one just like that. Just like that. When I move, you move. Hold on, getting a screw. So is it this size? Maybe. What? Is that one wider? No, it's just I didn't get very aggressive with the opening size. All right, I guess those are the same. Yeah. All right. My God, somebody is like doing goose stepping practice overhead here. Ah! Ah! So that should hold this piece together. Yeah, I mean, it's a little flexible. If anything, what I do is maybe make like a vein on the side in order to keep it from doing this. Like I could maybe just build up like a gusset, you know, like just like an angle piece coming off of it, and then it would sit up against the back of this cart. But for now, I think that's okay. I think that's going to hold up that drag chain just fine. Now, considering the drag chain uses tapered screws, but I also don't have anything to bolster this upwards movement. Now, it doesn't like to move. No, it does. It moves in either direction, which is really annoying. So I need to figure something out that's going to go in there that'll keep this from doing this. I'll have to figure that one out. So, all right, let's get a couple more tapered fasteners. Touche's all business. Sending a work email and chat. Touche's going on vacation. Hot damn. All right, let's see here. So I need two of the very tiny little tapered things. They're little tiny tapered things. Yeah, and if you know, if you can't do it, Fat, I'll just take over. That's okay. No big deal. All right, I think what I need. So there are ones that come with the corner cubes that have a very few number of threads on it, and that will fit it to the piece that I printed out, because this thing doesn't have a ton of depth. And I actually gapped these. Did I? Wait a minute. These might be way too big. Ah, shit. All right. Problem number one. I did not gap those screws properly. So we don't have a friction fit on a direct fastener on them. Or do we? Hold on. We don't. Yeah, it slides right through. All right, that is unacceptable. So I'll have to use bolts on that. Which I guess is okay. I mean, we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens. So that means that I need the normal length of tapered. I don't have any other fasteners that are like these. These are all just from MakerBeam. So I didn't go out and buy like a hardware kit with these special metric hex head countersunk screws. These are just from my buying the corner cubes with MakerBeam. And you can tell I have a lot of the corner cubes. So let's see here. How much of this is going to stick out of the bottom? Come back over here. Back over here. I can just pop this out and take a look. Hold on. Let's test fit this. This is all the stuff that I didn't do yesterday. Yesterday was entirely taken up by 3D printing these parts. It was like 4 hours per print on this thing, and I had to tweak the printer to get it to work. And then actually 2 hours per. And then it was 4 hours per on this and the other red parts. And with iterative design, there's always a couple prints to do. Son of the bitch. Son of the beach. Yeah, that's not fitting, huh? So I may have to use just normal bolts on these for now. And tweak them later, because there's no threads sticking out of the bottom there. Probably because, which one did I extrude? Let's take a look. Let's see what mistake I made. Let's relish in our own mistakes. Yeah, I didn't consider that. I was not thinking. Let's look at our sketches. Sketches. Is it that one? No, that one? Yes. Yeah, here we go. See that? That was an extrusion issue. I could have, if I had clicked on this body right here, I wouldn't have this problem right now. So I'm going to correct that before I think of anything else. So where do we extrude the main body for this thing? I'm going to highlight over the steps until this whole thing tells me that that's the step that I'm looking at, although it doesn't appear to be highlighting properly. So maybe I just click. Nope. Yeah, these are like the tweaks. Oh, wait, there it was. So right here, this step right here. So go back in our timeline to that step. Double click it. I said double click it. And now we're inside of the extrusion step, and I can just get in here and click on the holes that I highlighted. So those will probably be a friction fit to the countersunk screws. Let me just check the diameter in case I need to tweak this sketch. That one would be 2.8. So yeah, those will provide a friction fit on the tapered fastener. Now, in order to print these out, I need a couple hours, so I'm not going to do that right now because that would be super boring for you guys. Here's the 3D print, and then you could watch how slow my 3D printer is. Did you guys see that, like a world record speed 3D printer doing Bodhi? I mean, it looked like Bodhi had been attacked by terrorists, but it was still a Bodhi, and it was done in like 3 minutes. That was insane. I'll take a fraction of that speed, please. But anyway, yeah, so that's a mistake. That's our first mistake. It's corrected now, but I can't immediately correct it. This is where I'd kick my feet up and start a 3D print, and go like watch cartoons for a little while or some shit like that. But I'll use fasteners that require bolts now until I can reprint one of these. Plus, this is just like making a circuit board where we need to get the board working no matter what so that we can find multiple different mistakes. There might still be things that are wrong with this. I may need to actually do a vertical, or what is that? That's like a horizontal support actually on this in order to keep it from moving up and down. I saw that the hold on, I'm gonna burp. I saw that the new Prusa, the giant Prusa. I thought it was interesting that they had a metal band that followed the filament and the wiring harness up to the different extruders, because they had like, what was it, like 6 or 8 different extrusion heads that the machine would go over and pick up, and then that extrusion head, I think it was, I want to say it's direct drive, but I have no idea, but it had like a it had the filament and everything coming out at a big arc, the filament and the wiring coming out at a big arc, and then it had like a support for that was actually a metal band that came up and around to the extrusion head. That was very strange. I thought that was interesting though. I like their little LED scheme on the background too. So can I use these? Will these get through the whole thing? I don't think they will, but we'll just try them. We'll try them. And then, you know, push comes to shove, we'll just use very long fasteners for everything. Yeah, what was that? The thing that like comes up in order to regulate temperature, I guess? Is that what that's all about? There's like a bellows that comes up over the thing in order to like shroud it. Well, at least their holes are in the right spots, you know? That's always good. Yeah, me too. That's my guess too. They just want to keep the temps in there regulated. Ah, son of a bitch. Because it's not countersunk, it's not falling into the screw hole more, so the extra threads are to no advantage for us. All right, I need longer fasteners. Longer fastener. That, and I'll take that, I guess. They're a little too long, but that's all I got. That's all I got in between sizes. It's not against toss, so I'm allowed to do it. How dare you? I mean, I guess I could try to look for like, I don't think I have anything in this size in the laptop screws, do I? Ah. Twisted, did you see we're talking about the giant Prusa that they just announced? See that thing? Looks pretty cool. It's also $2,000. I don't think I have $2,000, chat. I don't think I have that kind of money still. I'm not a top streamer, you know. All right, I'm gonna have to use 2 long fasteners on this. I'll have to get the other part 3D printing. It shouldn't interfere with anything over here, so this should be fine to do for now. I'll just do this for now. Bruce is always very proud of their stuff, and their pricing shows it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I could probably use a smaller fastener if I break out in other hardware, but I'll correct this, and you know, because I still think I probably need a little bit more support on the drag chain. Probably need a little bit more support on the drag chain, so we'll have to play with this part a little bit. We'll do that today. It's just right now I want to get all the hardware together just to figure out what all the dumb stuff is, so we can correct it all in our model before I start printing again. I've never really worked with anything Prusa aside from their slicer. Their slicer's good. I got no complaints. I still would love if topographic slicing was possible in the programs that I use, because at some point I'm going to get back to that RC car project, and I'm not going to want the not topor, but I'm not going to want the thing to look like a topographical map. You know, I want it to have smooth contours, and The general scheme of slicing does not allow for such things. Yeah, see, this can move all over the place now. Why is this so bright? Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Setup. Arm procedure. Yeah, that didn't help much. Yeah, the normal machine, it's a tank. I mean, that's good in a 3D printer, right? That's what you want. You want it to be able to print all the time, every time. Yeah, that's, I mean, my machine is kind of like that. My CR10 Frankenstein machine, it's kind of like that. The only thing that I had to do when I started printing again after not printing for a while was Windex the surface a little bit because things weren't sticking. I was playing around with heat settings for all these prints, but yeah, this is like completely loose. This is completely loose. It is the exact, it's like the antithesis of these. These are like super tight and this axis is never moving and it's beautiful. And then these are flat screws with bolts on the bottom and this thing is just all over the place. So yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because yeah, the RC car bodies I'm going to want smoother contours with. I don't know, you know, I could do an acetone fume thing, but I don't know about all that stuff. Just spend a lot of time with a Dremel and a hand plane. I feel like any Dremel work that I do would not look good. So yeah, you see for the mechanical tolerances that we gave this thing, it's actually quite fine doing its job. It doesn't flex at all. So I'm actually okay with this. We don't need to bolster it in this direction because all it needs to do is barely hold it up. The only thing that I would really need on this is something to stabilize this so that it stays like that. Which could be the form of, I mean, it could form of, which, I mean, I could just do something that bolts into here and just goes straight out this way, or I could do something that goes under, up, and over. I don't know. But it needs to be held down with this piece. And the other thing that I could do is, I mean, I could just glue these two together or attach them together somehow. Because if this is held, then that's all I need. Guess so? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It's not, that's not like body fill, right? Eric Strebel. Okay, yeah, I'll look at that. Yeah, when I'm not streaming. When I'm not streaming currently. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with this. I do kind of want to find like a, I don't know, like a piece of spring steel or something that I can just stick into there that'll hold that flat. The reason I say spring steel is because it's very thin. What is this doing up here? I gotta think about that. What do I, you know, what do I have? What do I want to go in there? I mean, a lot of those switches had their little levers. If I could get one of those switch levers and just like put it on there, but then what would hold it down? It couldn't be, because it would be a countersunk screw in there. Those countersunk screws are like the only fastener that really goes there. And I just glue it. Glue's eventually gonna break though. Well, if I put a piece of crazy glue just right between the plastic, you know, cyanoacrylate will hold that pretty well. It could cloud everything up, and then I'd have to wipe it off to make it look good. But like if I can hold that flat, that's it. You know, that's all I need to do. I need to just keep that like that, because otherwise it'll do basically this. Hey, Chimera, how you doing? It'll just do this, because remember, gravity is this way. No, I did not print this. My printer is not that good. This is just a very small drag chain from Amazon. All right. So that being said, let's get the belts on here. And then I can get the circuit board on here, which is kind of the important part. So belt, other belt. Got a little bit of room for the belt. It's good, just like that. And then I'll get the tensioner on it, and we'll see whether or not it all breaks. Yeah, we're building killer laser robots. You know, I kept threatening that I'd get this project underway. I talk about it as if it's a new project. But yeah, I got all that 3D printing done on Wednesday. For better or for worse, I wasn't able to tweak a bunch of the stuff. So there's some stuff that needs just a little bit of love before it actually comes into fruition here. Cleats. What did I do with all of them? They're all sitting under this thing. So I printed some of them on the bed and some of them, well, 180 degrees flipped up and down. Now these are all red. So your view of them is going to be a little bit weird. And of course the axis is in the way. It's like, ah, man, come on. Try to work with me here a little bit. So these are going to be extremely fluorescent on camera just because Logitech cameras love the color red. So that makes it kind of hard to differentiate some of the details in these things. But you can see some of them were printed with support material like this, and some of them were printed like this. Now this is a little bit more wasteful, but it provides cleaner screw holes, whereas this one is overall cleaner in terms of the clamping action that's going to occur. But I have to pick material out of them, and then the screws will crush that, and it'll probably look okay. So that's the decision I have to make, is what do I want my top surface to look like? Because it could look like this, or it could look like this. What is in my thumb? What is that? It's like dirt. Get dirt out of my thumb. There you go. Much cleaner. It still looks gross. All right. Anyway, at least it's not motor oil. See, my choices between they look about the same. I don't really think there's much difference between the two. One's going to clamp a little bit harder though because of the support material. It's going to add a little bit of thickness. All right, that one dropped on the floor. It's okay. I printed out a lot of them. The other concern is whether or not it fits the belt. I don't think I did any of the final gaps on it. Yeah, okay, the support material locked into this a little bit more than I thought it would. So maybe we'll use one of the ones with the support stuff in the print, or in the screw hole, and then I can use a screw to kind of knock it out. It's too thick. Too thick! Never in my life did I think I'd hear. Too thick. I guess I could just screw the screw in and drive it through. I think these are not that much differently gapped, unfortunately, and this is biting in to the screws that I wanted to use, I think. Unless I wanted to use one size smaller. Man, it is hot down here. I think somebody turned on the heat and was like, not hot enough, and they don't know that heat is always running as hard as it can to get to the temperature that you set it to. People here seem to think that if you turn the heat up, it works faster. Which is not the case, and now I'm sweating my ass off. I got the vents, I got the registers closed for this room, and the windows open and my fan's on. I can't win. God, basements are horrible. I've been working in basements for like my entire career, and I hate it. I really don't like basements. So I'm trying to pick the support material out of this, and it seems like the support material worked a little bit counter to our intentions. Although I'm sure there is a wonderful surface above this support material. It's all fused together. So that's actually not really going to work out for me. I can't really pick that out of there in a good way. Now, in the past, I've used drills and stuff in order to get that done properly, but I find the best tool that I have to get rid of support material is missing from the desk. Oh, there it is. I find this thing to be really good at a lot of different plier tasks, just because it's got these flat, knurled, just like grippy things on the end, right? They're just completely flat, and those actually provide a nice pinching surface for a lot of different materials. So what I can do is just try to kind of like scrape off some of the extra material in between these little nubs so that we can get something that'll crush the belt properly and fit in. in the end, I'm probably going to need to revisit these and either make them larger, or I can probably just make them larger. I think just make them larger is the solution here, to be honest. You know, like I can press pull all these surfaces out a little bit, but in the end, this is just not, I don't think this is going to fit. In the end, this is not really that great. There's just a bunch of plastic sitting out of the bottom of this thing. Now, is this belt the width of one of my microfiles? Might actually be. I think we found that out a while back. Yeah, so I can actually use the microfile in order to make this a little bit more of a proper surface. Unfortunately, it's come to this because PETG is so sticky when it wants to be, and there's not enough support material here to bring support material with it. So I need to actually take this part, put it in a vise, and just file it down. Without filing my vise. Exciting times on Oh Bother. My God. You can't, oh my God, it's too exciting. Users with weak hearts may want to look away. No one will be seated during such and such scene. You know all those movies where like the horror movies where they claim that people were like passing out in the stands and stuff? The bane of 3D printing? Yeah. Yeah, just about. Alright, so I can do the press pull with the file. And just file the sides a little bit. Try to give it a gap. I'll probably measure the belt and give it a sort of over gap it and expand the size of the fasteners. We'll do all that in CAD in a minute here. Fucking hell, I'm sweating. All right, let's try getting one of these down. Let's see how close we were to the width of the belt. Oh yeah, it needs quite a bit actually, to be honest. There's still support material hanging out in there too. So I just need to like remove my skin. You're not supposed to go back and forth with files, but these microfiles are old and cheap. I can buy another set. Files only work in one direction. All right. I ain't click spring, you know? at least this part printed really well, and that's the interface of the, you know, the belt to the those ribs. That's the important part, because that's where all the force is going. Although I do hope that this squishes it down enough that there's enough distribution of force that we're not putting all our eggs on those little fins. Little fins. Never trust a fin. I mean a Finnish person. Not like we can trust these fins. Just don't trust the Finnish person. Yeah, this file is dull as hell, isn't it? It's not doing anything. Let's see what that does. Let's see what that does. Yeah, filing plastic is a chore. It's a chore. It's a living. All right, I need to gap it more because there's still like material in there, and the belt just will not fit. Let me hold on. I need to like let's do a double check here. Let's see if everything turned out all right. So I'm getting like 6 millimeters between from end to end. All right, 6 millimeter width. What do we have over here? Tolerances are important, everybody. Can't say that about fins. I just did! 6 millimeters. So yeah, it's just our printing. I need to make these cleats larger. We'll do that in a minute. We'll do that in a minute. We can see if we can alter some of the sketch elements. Ugh! Some of the sketch elements that define these things and make them a 6 millimeter width, or rather, we'll use the next fastener size up so that it's the same fastener size as this piece. We'll move them out. We'll expand them. And maybe, just maybe, that won't explode our whole drawing. It probably will. It'll probably explode our whole drawing, and we'll have to spend a little bit of time correcting all the different solids that we've broken. But we got to do it. I'll probably have to move the belt out so that it fits in those ribs again if we're going to move them out. Oh, what a headache. Well, we'll take a look at that in a minute. I want to get the rest of the physical part of this thing together, but that's one of the, okay, so that's one of the issues that we found. Now, what about the one that printed upside down? How does that work? Yeah, it still doesn't fit by like a large factor. How did I get 6 millimeters when this is supposed to be 6 millimeters? Like, okay, somebody will probably say, like, the print expanded or contracted. No, it didn't do it that badly. Yeah, 6.3, 6.35. Look at that. What up, group? How is it? Okay, I guess it's 6.3 where it's squished, maybe? Where I squished it down and it expanded out a little bit. That might be it. But yeah, now I gotta gap these to 6.3. I'll use the angrier file, even though it's much larger. Wait, where did it go? Yeah, there it is. Okay. I see it. I see it. I seen it. Try to get as much of this loose stuff as possible. And then I gotta come back and file it. Yeah, nothing's working does, like video game guns, right? Is that to do all kinds of this kind of tweaking and filing. But I mean, these need to be larger to print sensibly. Woof. Damn, dude. New engine. Everybody's going to be oohing and ahhing when you go to the drag strip with that thing, right? God damn, that's a lot of bullion. They got a 3-year warranty. You gotta go. Are you gonna do the whole break-in cycle? Of course you are. So you're gonna be limited in RPMs for a long time. I remember my friends were like militant about that with their BMWs. I wouldn't buy a new car these days. But yeah, they were militant. They were militant about the break-in cycle of their motors. I guess they probably have pretty nice internals at this point, though, right? The hell? What did I just bend? This whole piece is a little flimsy. I don't know. It's too small. Oh, this is actually a good width. Oh, perfect. All right, cool. This one's a little bitier, the triangle file, and it's just about the width. So if I can get it into something, and I don't want to like, I don't want to damage my vise. It's a nice vise. Guess I could put down some tape. Because like I can't get a grip on it, and it's not thick enough. Many mistakes were made in the creation of these parts. It's making like a waka waka noise. I mean, that is much more effective. Still not wide enough. Holy shit. What is going on? I mean, it can kind of crush in. 92,000 original miles on the car and transmission with a brand new engine. All it needs is paint. Of a Barrett Jackson car. That's awesome. Oh no, we live in a rust area. We live in a rusty area. He's in Maryland. Where are you from? Nothing's working. Is that Jersey? That's somewhere else. You're one of the Brits. The whole tri-state area is just one big rust bucket. Yeah, my car did the transition from being a garage car to a driveway car, and that was not good for the car. Not good for the car. I don't have a fancy garage to put my car into, you know? And it lived a previous life as a garage car. So everything electrical started to go a little bit funky with it. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we're somewhere else entirely. I need to get the right fastener, and I'm just not sorting through them. I'm just kind of grabbing and going. I think this will hold. It's a little loose there. Let's see if it grips this. Nope. Larger than that. Did I really design it for this thickness? It's pretty thick. I mean, I'm gonna go up a size in fastener too, so. But like that's gripping really, really tightly, and I don't think it's the right size. It is the right size. I didn't gap it enough. It's actually driving into that. Oh yeah, the old shaving the yak routine, right? Everybody's always quick to point out shaving the yak, but it's a necessary part of the process. Find one thing's wrong, and then another thing is wrong, and then another thing is wrong, and before you know it, you need a new motor. Before you know it, you're designing an entirely new board for your stream. So yeah, this is how these go on. They just screw straight down. You're gonna find a bit of a smaller fastener for that. I'm sort of like trying to just like use up some of the screws that are left in here, so they're not all exactly right. You know, the right length and everything for what I need. Actually may need to move that back a little bit. I think I do. I need to move that back. I need to undo this a little bit. You guys can barely see what I'm doing. Trying to keep alive a 40-year-old car. Sounds about right. I got a car from 1999, and they keep calling me about the warranty. I can assure you that this car does not have any type of warranty, express or explicit, of any kind. Nobody is even thinking about this car, except for the occasional person that flashes their high beams at me for having a 1990s BMW in our area. We are calling about dealer services. I'm like, Hey, I mean, that's pretty much as intended, right? That is what I designed. That's what we got in CAD the other week. Get a rebuilt engine, you'll have a warranty. Hey, yeah. Why don't I just make my own car? Then my warranty will be infinite. Yeah. It's a plan that's too simple to fail. All right, let's get, oh yeah, I need to file the living hell out of another one of these. Where's the one that I was working on? Or did that fly off in a direction, never to be seen again? Hello? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I think this is the one. It's got a lot of material on it, though. But I need to make sure that it's wide enough that I can squish the belt in there, just so that we can, because I want to get everything on here so that we know what works. We gotta know what works. Gotta know what works. What orcs? Daka daka. So I think I want to play, what was that game called? Ah, crap. Space something or other, Rebel something. Bike Man was playing it yesterday. 90s cars were pretty solid. One of the remaining times when cars were built without too many computers. I was able to download all the software that I need to do the scans on it and get it running on an old netbook with Windows 10 on it, believe it or not. The netbook actually runs Windows 10. It doesn't run it well, but it runs it well enough for car diagnostics, right? And I got this big ancient OBS connector, the one that predates OBS 2, probably OBS 1, but it's huge. Bikeman plays everything he does. He does, but the game was available on Steam. I should drop a line to Bikeman and see what he thinks. Actually, I can contact Bikeman. Oh no, I'm filing my file. Or my vice, filing my vice. Yeah, it looked like a perfect bother game. Plus, I haven't done model rockets since I was a teenager, so. Yeah, OBD, I don't mean OBS. The OBS didn't steal the car diagnostic plug. It's fine. Sometimes I say stuff that's not right. I had to get all this crap. Ugh. Ugh. So I have an OBD2 port. Streamlabs OBD. It only runs on cars. I can actually do almost any generation of BMW with this thing and the software that I got. But then I had to get the adapter to this motherfucker of a plug. Look at this thing. Apparently I can do my oil change interval by just shorting 2 of the pins together. But this whole thing, like, there's like a twist lock on it. It's very elaborate. This one doesn't have the twist lock. It's not as elaborate. But still, it's like this insane old school plug. The problem is, I don't know if I can close my hood with this thing plugged in. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to like make a right angle adapter or something. The later versions of my car had it in the glove box, and it didn't have this plug. It had this plug. I really wish I had this plug. I wonder if I could retrofit it into the car. Because like, okay, sitting in the driver's seat and being, your brother managed to close it. Did it make a dent in the hood? But yeah, having this in the glove box and being able to have your laptop sitting there and plugged into the cigarette adapter, perfect. Because the diagnostic that I need to do is on the wheel speed sensors. My car, as present right now, circular one still have 16 pins. I'm gonna let you count them. But as it stands, the problem that I'm having with my car is that when I so much as idle forward, now it's a manual gearbox because I'm not weak, but when I idle forward, as in barely rolling down almost no hill, and I hit the brake, it'll engage anti-lock braking. So I could be doing nothing except the car is ever so slightly moving. And I'll tap the brake and it'll go brrrr, because it'll try to anti-lock brake me because it doesn't know how fast I'm going. So I'm thinking, I plug this sucker in, I run some of that software that I paid $15 for all of the pirated versions of. I mean the legit versions of. And then I take a look at the 4 wheel speed sensor readout, and I take a look at which one is screwing up, and then I can try to get it out without breaking the bolt like I did on my previous car. And I can see what's wrong. It's either metal filings have attached themselves to the sensor, or the sensor's gone bad and I need to buy another one. But yeah, I think it's a wheel speed sensor because it happens at no speed at all. The second problem that I'm having is my windshield wipers are all or nothing. They try their best on lower settings, but if I turn them on full, they turn on full speed, no hindrance. If I turn them on part, then they kind of like they like don't work for a little bit, and sometimes they'll snap into working. I bought a new windshield wiper relay because this is that era of cars that is nothing but relays stashed in every corner. So I replaced that relay, didn't do a damn thing. I don't know if it's like a body control module or something like that. Yeah, when I read up on forums, like nobody had a really good answer for why the car would do that. Some people had that problem, and then the one forum entry that I loved for the person having the problem, they looked into everything. They were like, "Oh my God, I've looked at this module, and there's just no answer. I have no idea what's wrong." And then they're like, "Oh yeah." So I drilled in to the brake speed, or sorry, the rotor speed sensor, all the way down into the knuckle or whatever, and there's a little bit of a drill hole on there. It's like, dude, no shit. The ABS sensor is basically, so you've got your wheel spinning, and you've got a little metal hub that's spinning with the wheel, and on the inside of that hub, there's a little, like, what looks like a gear on the inside of that hub. And then you have what's called a frequency generator, but you have something that's sensing when the little gear teeth fly by it, right? So you got 4 of those, and if one of the wheels is doing something crazy, then it might activate ABS.
And that's what's happening in my car right now. It's something that I'd very much like to correct because it's annoying. And I have manual brakes, which I'm used to cars with manual brakes. Yeah, I know when to pump my brakes on me. I know when to do that. But yeah, I really want to correct it. I want to get to the bottom of it, and I want to correct it. And it's been months, and I haven't done a damn thing. I basically got the computer all set up, and I didn't install the software yet. That's where I am with my car. Also need to get it inspected. Nobody's really checking that anymore. Okay, let's see if this is the right size. Herc! Good enough. All right, so I want there to be tension on that. So what I'm going to do is take one screw, start it out. Oh, is that the too small size? I think that's too small. Yeah, it's too small. Larger screw. Take a larger screw, start it out. All right, all right, all right. 93S10 used to... Yeah, the ABS jetter until it triggers an error. But like this guy, whoever I read on the forum, this person on the forum that I read, tried all kinds of stuff. They spent like $1,000 or so trying to get to the bottom of this problem. And it turns out they caused it by drilling into their thing. 2004 Daewoo lost his headlights completely. Wasn't able to find the reason for this until I called the dealer. A Chevy Lancets. He could precisely tell me the problem was because it still existed on the 2010 Chevys. What are they doing over there? Jeez, what are these guys up to? You know, correct something like that. Yeah, car issues are always weird. It's always weird when you find like generational stuff with cars. You're like, yeah, this is kind of like a... just like a thing that happens. It's like part of the car. It's part of the car's DNA. It's just broken. Like, why didn't they do anything about it? Shrug. I'm trying to get a little tension on here before I screw it down. There you go. That should be pretty good. You know, I've got a wiring tray now for the laser cart in here. So if I've got excess wires, I can actually just stuff them in. Yugo. I had a friend of mine created an autocross Yugo, and he did custom fender flares with fiberglass and everything. Because I think there was like an offhand comment when he was at an autocross that you couldn't get a Yugo to do under a certain time. So he took it on himself and put like, you know, real smooth tires on it and everything. It was the smoothest brained Yugo I've ever seen. But it was hilarious. He was like busting people's times with this thing. Just chucking it around the course. We need to put the tensioning spring on this. You can see how much like sag there is in the belt. I could get rid of that if I really like want to destroy my hands and like really tension this, but I think the spring might take out the remainder of the tension. So I'm going to try that. We'll see what it's like. If I can find what happened to the spring. The spring. And I'm hoping to not use springs in the other version of Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs version 3. What I'd like, I mean, I will be using springs, but what I'm going to have is the pulleys on the ends will have the spring in them. Or not in them, but I mean against them. Yeah, that Taurus. Cable connectors on the instrument cluster. Yeah. I did a little bit with car technology at work before I was let go. Actually, no, I changed careers to tracking devices. But anyway, back with that consulting squad. One of the things that we were looking into was the forensics that you could get from cars. So what kind of electronic device forensics could you get out of a car? And back then, the big debate was, what are we doing about infotainment? And the first thing they should have said is, we are never saying the word infotainment ever again. But they didn't. They kept on with it. Because it's like, what does the car manufacturer want to do? If you're like Daewoo or Kia, actually aren't Kias like good now? But anyway, if you're like a rental car, you're like, you know what? Whoever's cell phone plugs into the car, you guys get to be the modem. and you guys get to be the experience that the user's going to have in this car. Because we just want to make a car. Hey, I found the spring. We just want to make like the car as cheap as possible. And you're going to add all this expense if we have to design your experience with our radio, with our blah, blah, blah. So plug in your car. That'll be the modem. They'll get all their apps and everything, and we don't give a shit, right? Or you could be like BMW. BMW's like, you are going to have a BMW experience in your BMW car, BMW. We're going to project BMW logos on the headlights, on the foreheads of everybody oncoming. Everybody's forehead will have a BMW logo on it, and you will have a BMW experience in your BMW. So the question is like, how are you handling all that data? When the user plugs in their cell phone, their contacts are going to show up on the screen. But if you're having a BMW experience in your BMW, what data is the BMW taking from the phone into the BMW? And then when that BMW gets seized by the cops and they got to figure out where the hostages are, some, bullshit scenario like that, how are they going to get that info out of the car? Is there going to be a residual trace of that info left in the systems of the car? So I had to start to consider that kind of stuff. I got like a major hangnail that I just created. I just start to consider that kind of stuff. Is like where, can you get into the car? Can you do all that stuff? And so the form of that actually took on the form of going into the OBD port and getting a radio working and getting, a cell phone accessory working and stuff like that. But yeah, it's what you learn from learning how to put together an electronic car on a bench is that cars are basically a totem pole of technology, that the next version of whatever technology comes around gets precedent and it gets layered on top of whatever was there previously. And so that came up in a very big way in some articles from the early 2000s where hackers could turn your car into a bomb. Dun, 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 dun. No, it was a lot of fear mongering, but it was basically, ooh, big burp. It was basically that if somebody knows the systems on your vehicle intimately enough, they can hack in through an alternative system that has less security, get to the high security systems, possibly even reconfiguring bridges between different systems. Because you have different tiers of systems on your car. You have safety systems that are a higher tier and a higher communication protocol and a faster communication protocol that do not communicate with the infotainment systems, for instance. However, because you want to be able to put a warning light on the screen, there might be a module that is a go-between between the two. And one of the modules that actually they found out were able to be hacked in successfully were the tire pressure monitoring systems. Because if you remember, Ford had a bunch of troubles in the late 90s, was it? Or the early 2000s, where their cars were like, oh, fuck, and then they exploded, right? Because the tires went flat. And because everybody was bonkers about SUVs, the center of gravity is about 30 feet over the roof of the car. So the center of gravity is up here, which breaks vehicle physics, and then you start clipping through and vibrating, and the car flies off in a direction, like 500 miles in one direction, then it hits a mountain and explodes. Oh wait, no, that's in GTA. No. But anyway, with real cars, they had troubles with the tire pressure because Americans are stupid and they don't know to maintain tire pressure. And so one wheel would go flubby, and they would be like, why is my car not going 85 miles an hour in a 60? And they'd like accelerate, and then the car would just go, fuck, and explode. So they mandated tire pressure monitoring systems, and all the car companies went, fuck, and they made tire pressure monitoring systems very hastily and with very little security. And so there was the possibility of picking up a wireless signal from the TPMS, reprogramming the TPMS, and then accessing a module you could reprogram in order to engage brakes or turn off power steering or something really unsafe. Now, the problem with those articles, and I looked into them very deeply, the problem with those articles is that the professor that basically published it had like cardinal knowledge of the systems of the car. You're not going to get that, One of the interesting attacks is being able to get somebody's unlocking signal for a car over the air and then be able to basically like get into their car. There were some hackers at a conference that did this. They were able to like break into a Subaru and engage the radio remotely and stuff like that. But the thing is, like, the ones that they're talking about is like, oh my God, they could engage the brakes on one wheel. And it's like, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And you need to basically like have worked at the car company in order to do that. But you know, hey, anything is possible. They're getting better and better at this kind of stuff. But yeah, that's the thing. Is like cars are just like this totem pole of technology, and sometimes the lower rungs of the pole are not as secure. I don't know. I've never owned a car with TPMS. All the cars that I've owned have been older. Yeah, make your tires go flat with a key fob. All right, so let's get the laser on this thing. Well, what I'm due for laser? Well, I don't know if I'm going to fully install it because I still need to print another one of these things. But, I mean, I could take one of the 1.4 watt lasers that I have and outfit one of these things. Let's get the laser bin over here and figure out what we're going to do with that. How finalized I'm going to make this. My rim sensors went bad the other day. I had to go to vehicle inspection and failed because of that. Yeah, my ABS thing, my friends are saying that it won't fail it as long as the brakes work. It shouldn't fail it. But I think I probably will have to fight the person if my ABS thing is still acting up. So I haven't gotten my vehicle inspected in quite a while, and I need to. I get the laser bin over here. So far, so good, though. At least with a little bit of filing. I didn't want to have to do that level of filing. That's why I thought this would take 4 seconds today to put together. Lasers and a lot of other stuff. a lot of other stuff in this one. No, we do. Yeah, we got a sticker on the windshield that, at least in this state, it, you know, again, state to state, by the state, state to state, it, you know, laws vary. It all has to do with what state you're in. But in Pennsylvania, we got a sticker on the windshield that has an inspection date. So I don't know where you heard that you don't need to inspect your car in America, because that's absolutely not what I said. That is, in fact, quite the opposite. I think so. Some states just go, what year is your car? Oh, okay, your car will be fine forever. At least they used to. I don't know about anymore. I'm just getting some relevant laser stuff that might play into what we're going to play with here. I want this to look cooler, you know? These are all like weird research lasers. Got a key fob. As useless as that is. RGB, yeah. What if you just get the sticker and they find out? Yeah, it's tough to, you can't, it's actually very difficult to source those stickers. Very difficult to source those stickers. I don't know if anybody's manufacturing them. They're like state dependent too. Washington's doing away with it? Oh man, I wish. Yeah, PA emissions, and it's county by county, really? Yeah, I used to just go to the shadiest gas station I could find to get my inspection because they didn't give a shit. Yeah, actually, and I didn't talk about that, but didn't that get like, they don't accept that for some reason. Because that's what the old, you know, back in the day, and the one that my friends love is the one where if your tire becomes deflated, it technically takes up a little bit less space. And so you're going to get a different spin speed on that. And so that's how the tire pressure monitoring systems that don't use a wireless protocol work. They weren't reliable enough. Yeah, but then articles came out about, you know, hackers going at their laptops with their little beanie on, going, got him. And then the car goes, oh fuck, and it spins off the road and explodes. Yeah, the other thing is when your car starts shaking uncontrollably, you're pretty aware that maybe you have a wheel that's a little bit less inflated than the others. Ooh, look at the glass on this one. I wonder if I could use this. Where did this one even come from? I think I bought this a million years ago. That's true, yeah. Oh my god, look at this thing. Oh, did I use a socket on it? I did. Not that it helps. I can't undo this end. Oh boy, this is an old setup. Metal fatigue. This is a pretty good diode carrier, if I'm honest. I want to use this. I don't know if it's small enough to fit in the clamp. Ooh, by a small margin, I think it might be a little too big. Like, okay, so the glass that I've got currently on the laser, which I'll have to find. What happened to that laser? I have to find that laser. The glass that I have on the laser that was used for burn the subs was like a nice lens. This is a line creating lens, but I had like a nice lens on it. And I do have hole punches, or rather a punch tool that I can use to get the diode out of this, because this one's press fit. We got the spring here, which I would like to transfer over to whatever we use. And then there's the diode there sitting there. These are eBay diodes. I think there are 3 of these. Hey, Seagull Rush. Can tire pressure impact emissions? Yeah. Yeah. More energy for a less inflated tire, right? It's like high mileage tire. Well, high mileage tires are thin, though. I don't know. I want to say yes, but I don't know. How do we focus this one, though? Be a little bit more difficult to focus because it doesn't have focusing optics. I guess it does, but you got to adjust them differently. Which I guess is okay for our setup, but I don't even know what laser this is. Let's see. So I'm gonna need the ring adjuster. I'm gonna need whatever lens I used before. This one's cool because it's ribbed for my pleasure. I don't know. I don't know who it's ribbed for, but there we go. Got him. Got him. This is totally pointless, by the way. Keeper of Maps, thank you for the 22 months. That is a streak. I appreciate that. I really do. Where did I get this from? This looks new. This is like brand new. Holy shit. Look at this thing. Gave a sub to TPMS. Paul Desos, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be a heat sink, but like, what's it doing? It's dissipating the heat that this thing irradiates all the way out into the casing. This is I don't know where I got this from or when. Because it looks way more recent. B plus, I got B minus on there. 2010, 419, Rev 3, huh? Yeah, it's not adjustable though. Let me just give it like 3 volts and see what comes out of the other end here. Just give it a couple volts and see what happens. Okay, come on, power supply. There we go. Power supply's like a million miles away. I'm like stuffed over on the side of the thing. You had to go a full year without work. Damn. Yeah, it's good to be in demand, right? We'll let it make a laser line instead of a... Oh no, wait. The threads don't fit. Well, I don't have focusing optics for this then. Is it this size? Yeah, it seems like there's 2 sizes to deal with. All right, so this is just going to project like a circle. So let me give it 3 volts because it says battery. 5. Oh, wait, no, I'm adjusting the wrong thing. Hold on. It's either 3 or 5 volts, right? Because it is a battery. It may take 6 volts, but we'll just see. And if my color coordination is proper, that would mean the red wire is positive and the white wire is negative. But hey, I could have gotten that wrong. Wait, it's labeled on the circuit board. What am I doing? Yeah, B plus is red. Okay. I get nothing. 3 volts. Oh, wait, I didn't turn it on. 3 volts on. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's violet? How powerful are you? Who are you? Ah! Huh. This could be a watt. Voltage. 4 volts. 5 volts. It's not really projecting anything. I'm not getting anything from it. 6 volts. Huh. Wonder if it's damaged. The hell mode is that? Jesus Christ. Diction, all right. Yeah, it's not really projecting any light. It's getting warm. Of course that button is not working. Hold on. Turn on thermals. There you go. I mean, most of it's the heat from my hands. 2 megawatt invisible death ray. No, there's not enough thermal energy coming out of this thing for me to really be concerned. You can barely see that, yeah. I don't want to go above 5 volts for this, 6 volts for this, because 6 volts is like a battery voltage, right? I don't really think it's 12 volts. Maybe we can find this module somewhere and look up the stats on it. This thing's from 2010. It might be a laser pointer forums thing. Yeah, I don't got no info on it, other than that driver that looks like it's had a kind of a tough time of things. But yeah, there's just not that much light coming out of this. And it doesn't really look like a good, it doesn't look like a good spread of, I think this is a torn up module. I think this module's dead. No, it's not for a gun. Come on. It's just a laser pointer. It's getting a little toasty, but not much. All right, let's disconnect this one. What about this laser line module? Can we actually get a laser beam out of this thing? I'm going to go back down to 3 volts for this. Yeah, come on. 5, 4, 3. 3 volts is a nice safe voltage. I mean, the voltage drop on the laser is probably going to be around that, but... Yeah, look at that. See, even under 3 volts, we get plenty of laser light out of the front of this thing. Plenty of laser light in a cone. It's coherent. Coherent. And if I go to 4, 5 volts, that should probably be the limit of what this thing is operating under. Of course, the camera loves red. We put the line module on it. We can at least get it to be somewhat of a coherent line from the thing. I didn't put the spring on, so it's going to be all over the place. But yeah, that's a laser line module for you, right? This thing is weak as shit. I don't know if this thing needs 6 volts or what. But yeah, this is a weak as hell laser. I bought this just for the housing. That was like one of the first diode lasers, one of the first handheld diode lasers that they used in Star Trek. I remember spending a lot of money on a handheld diode laser back in the day. I have it taken away by a teacher. Let's get this one back up. Let's see what this one does. It was always like a really cool feel. Those are always super cool. The first diode lasers. This is gonna be tough to power. God, I have no idea. Maybe I won't power this one. What's funny is this module is doing the same job as the other one, as the TTL laser module. But the TTL laser module is so much larger. And this thing was made like 20 years before the other one. What's the date on this? 1998. 1998. Q-line A12. I mean, this one I bought in like 2019. The other one's 1998. That's wild. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell laser this is. I mean, I guess I could try to guess which pin is which on this. Solder it back on. We can just see what it looks like. I have in storage, I have a Krypton Argon laser. That thing's cool. There's something special about getting something like that up and running. The only problem with it is that it uses weird, it uses 220 volts because it was out of a giant photocopier. So it required me to either get a transformer or a special electrical hookup in order to run it. I guess I have that now. I have that now. There's one in the wall. The other thing I should have done is looked at the transformer taps on the laser itself, on the laser power unit, because I probably could have gotten it running off of 120 if I just changed the taps. But I mean, those things had to generate like plasma and stuff. So DRG and BRN, or orange and brown, ORG and BRN. And if I get it wrong, it'll explode, or it won't work. You guys know which one was connected where? Guess I should have looked at the leads before I didn't even know I'd be trying these out. There's no indicator of which one's orange and brown on this thing. Oh boy, what a weird setup I made. This is teenage bother putting this thing together. 1998, I was 47 years old. Ooh, I just twisted it. That's bad for it. I'm gonna guess that this thing is very much non-functional when I put it together. Just because, I don't know, it's so old. Or if non-functional, it's going to be very not powerful. That's what it's going to be. I'll make my best guess as to which one is which. Could do a diode test. Doesn't really deserve anything more than what I'm giving it. I can literally go on Amazon and buy a laser for $1. That's much better than this thing. So, does it tell me what volts I need? No, it's just like red and black. That's how they decided to label it. That's so weird. That's so strange. All right, so we got 5 volts running through this. Ah! It's actually fairly bright. That's a fairly bright laser, to be honest. I wonder how many milliwatts that is. That's a powerful boy. Yeah, it's not enough to harm, but it makes a nice dot. You can see the transmission properties of the human body. But yeah, this is all right. Let's make a pretty good dot. Makes a pretty good dot. I have no idea how you would adjust this thing though, unless there's a spring on that lens. Maybe there is. So yeah, maybe just a small screwdriver, and then moving around the lens. Which one though? This outer ring? Yeah, it's the outer ring. The outer ring. So if I really wanted to do like a completely fixed focus, which is kind of what I want to do, this would probably be a good module for that. Because yeah, that could sit there with a blue laser in it up here, and then I guess I'd do the focal point. Oh, you guys can't see. It would sit up here, and I'd do the focal point on it. Obviously, I'd be using the other electronics. Look at how hot this thing's getting. What is your problem? Which is it? Is it the transistor? Yeah, it's the transistor. It's getting real hot. The transistor. That's a decent laser module, though. I think it takes a much larger laser than I'm used to. And you can see the heat dissipating into the outer shell. And then, of course, we have like a giant heat sink for this thing. I mean, that piece of metal is enough heat sink for it to really dissipate all the laser energy. Yeah, it's a decently powerful red laser diode. To be fair, though, no, you can't. I have it, you guys can't see it, but I had it focused on like a tiny little point. Like, it may not look like it, but that's a pinpoint right there. And if I put that pinpoint on my most nerve-dense area, I can't feel a thing. This is a milliwatt. This is maybe like 20 milliwatts. It's not that powerful. I can run on eBay, and I could probably find one that will be like in the watt range for very cheap. But I'm glad I guessed right for the diode, at least. But yeah, that's not really doing anything. Neat. I mean, there's a big LED on it to tell you that it's actually lasing, which you shouldn't need. For the blue ones, I had that key switch on it just to make sure that, you know, I was always in control of the laser. Laser line, laser line, laser line. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Okay, so this is a pretty slick module. I like this one. It's got... Okay. It's got all kinds of, like, features that I like. For instance, it's very muted in its look. And I can directly control the focus of the thing without there being a knob sitting there. And then it also has this ring that I can put on the outside too, to protect the lens from dust. Probably too big for the mount though. Where's the mount? I mean, I could always drill out the mount. I could do that. Yeah, I would have to drill out the mount to make this work. Which isn't that big of a deal, but I didn't want to have to do it because I could have ordered parts for that. So okay, that's one of the laser modules. The 1.4 watt lasers are in here. I'm pretty sure they're 1.4 watt. I did a lot of searching around to try to make sure I didn't buy too much of a laser for this thing, right? I wanted to make sure that I didn't, because, like, you know, I could run a more powerful laser, but then I would need to make it move a lot faster. And in the grand scheme of things, I want to make sure that scribing is an action that we can see. You know, I could speed it up, and in the future, if I have 10,000 viewers, please, then maybe I could make it like very quick. But for right now, we want to make sure that the people who subscribe to the channel are honored. All right, so we're in this style of can. So I don't think that other laser thing is going to work. I kept these protected. You know, the moment I bought them from eBay, I kept them wrapped up. These are the smaller style can. These are indeed high wattage. And they should be about the same adjustment settings as this one. So I don't need to get out the laser current adjuster. This carriage right here takes... Oh, no, never mind. Takes the much larger size. Damn it. Well, it looks like it takes the smaller ones, but it just doesn't. What's the size of the can on these things? No, this one actually does take those. This one does not. Can I mix and match parts from these? Because I don't care about any of the diodes that are already installed and stuff. I'll get my hole punches out and we can remove them. So there's that one. There was another one in the bin. Hold on. Let me get it out. I think there was another glass lens in here, or did I take that one out? Because there's this one. That's the line module. Nothing up there. Nothing around there. See what we got going on in here. Got all kinds of weird stuff in here. These are all stuff from like other laser pointers and things. Like here's another lens. It's a calumniating lens. Hey, thank you for following. Calumniating lens. It means it basically turns the 90-degree spread of the laser diode into a parallel line if you adjust it properly. This right here makes a star field out of the whole thing. That's a button. What is this? That's some kind of diode. Oh, here. This is it. So this is supposedly much nicer glass, and this is what was running Burn the Subs for a long time, I think. I think I put it there very specifically when we decommissioned the previous burn the subs. Unless, no, that laser's still together. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gotta find the other laser. What did I do with it? What's this one? This one is a line module. I got a bunch of these line modules sitting around. What did I do with the old burn the subs laser? Okay. It probably still has the wires sticking out of the back of it. And for a while, it was just kind of rattling around the desk. See, here's the clamp. This is the clamp that held it onto the old burn the subs. So in my travels, it probably ended up somewhere around this desk. So now I gotta find it. I gotta find out where my laser went. There it is. Okay, so here's the old laser. And this one supposedly has better glass in the diode itself. Now we're not gonna be using any of this, except for maybe the glass. Where'd it go? So yeah, this is the other laser diode module, and this was actually meant to go inside of a giant heatsink. And then this glass on the front of this thing here was meant for, it's from the laser pointer forums, and it's supposedly much nicer glass for laser power transmission. So it's just stuff that I kind of like cobbled together and got working. Let's get this lens off of here. And I put Teflon tape around it so that it would keep its focus. Although I probably should have put a spring on it, because it's apparently what everybody else gets. Unless the spring is about to shoot out of this thing. Jesus, this thing is long. That's our old diode? Are you kidding me? I don't think we had such a chunky diode in there for a 1-watt laser. Huh. All right. Let's disassemble this thing here. And this will just keep in pristine condition for now. It's much smaller, though. See, look, there's that glass, that beautiful glass. We'll compare it to its buddy and see if it's all right. We'll see if we can discern much of a difference between the two. The reason we're setting this up is because we're building the axis together, and I want to make sure that I'm putting, you know, my good stuff into this thing. So this is the time to do this. And then we'll get the circuit board positioned, and I'll make a determination of whether or not I need to actually go back and redesign anything. So the last time, where we left off with this laser is that what I'm doing is I have these brass, there we go. I got these brass halves that screw together, right? The brass halves screw together, and you can see that I've flattened an area on it. So what I did is I installed the laser diode, and then I tightened the ever-loving crap out of this thing, and then I put it on the mill, and I milled a flat spot across this area here so that I could put a heat sink on it, and I could cool it a little bit more. I don't really think this is going to need a lot of cooling, but okay, I was going to say, but I need to fight that super duper tight. Never mind, I don't have to at all. So this is, I mean, the new system, the one that is not, where did that band go? Where did it go? That was my visual example. What did I do with it? Hold on. Just take a second here, look around. Where'd I put the band? It was like sitting right here. I had it right in front of me. Damn it. All right. Well, I would have shown you guys the copper band that held down this module to a piece of maker beam. That was the original clamp. We're going to have, oh, here it is. It's right in front of me. This band held this down to a heatsink, and that was our laser. So instead, we're going to be using something a bit more robust, probably about the same thermal properties. The laser might get a little hotter, but I think it'll be a lot better in terms of like having the mount stay in place no matter what. We need to make sure that happens because yeah, it's not, otherwise it's not safe. Look at this diode, man. This thing's a chunky boy. It's like barely mounted in there too. There's this chunky boy with this big plastic thing on the back. That's not even a plug, that's just the mount. Damn, dude. 2.6 years. 2.6 years of service. It deserves a little bit more reverence than just being friggin' eviscerated and, you know, thrown around. So I'm gonna like cut the leads on it and we'll just put it in the laser bin for, you know, for retirement. Maybe if we need a laser for something, we can come back to this. But I got 3 of the other ones and I got them for like $2. These lasers like this are not expensive anymore. Like DSP TVs have made these, you know, somewhat obsolete. I'll have to figure out what the pinout connection is too. See that I got a plus marking on the back? Yeah, this thing served us well quite a while. You get a spot in the bin. I'm putting it in the bin right now so that I don't get anything on the lens. Oh yeah, and those 3 that are sitting over there need to be covered. I just got to be careful that I don't drop anything on the glass of the lens. If they are at the brightness level where they're able to cut stuff, that means that if something gets on the lens, it could turn it into carbon. And the thing about carbon is that it's black. And the thing about black is that it absorbs all the frequencies of light, especially ultraviolet. And if it absorbs ultraviolet, that's going to generate heat. And if that generates heat, that's going to get very hot on the glass. And if the glass suddenly gets hot at a point, it'll break. And if the glass breaks, the diode breaks. So, well, not necessarily, but if the glass breaks, the diode is soon to follow, I guess is the best way to put it. So I want to be careful about my lenses. My doctor said my lenses. All right, let's see here. So if I put it into this diode carrier, now this is the second one that I've taken apart, with this lens, that's perfectly fine for that size of diode. I do have a little space in the back here to make sure that everything goes together properly. So that's one option that we have. And unfortunately, it's chromed. I don't like chrome. But the other cool looking one is this one. Let's see what this one has in store for it. So I've got a pair of like ring pliers or whatever they are. They're for unseating these little lens optics things. I don't think we need it here because these are so small that you could just take a screwdriver and hit one of the ends. Okay, we need them. I'm gonna go get them. Let me just go get them. Let me just go get it. Let me just go get the tool. Oh, it's sitting right here. It's sitting right here. It's almost like I planned it. So that's not gonna do us much good. That's too much of a radius. Let's go to the other end here. Oh man, just say hi. Just say hi. All right, so like this. These things are great. If you've gotten by without these things, you owe yourself getting a pair of them because you do all kinds of cool optics stuff if you have the right tools. I didn't have these for the longest time, so I had to do weird stuff with like screwdrivers and hammers, and it just wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. That in there. I can unseat this red diode. I don't even know what red diode this is. It's probably one that was left over from a research operation, and I don't know what specific frequencies it's talking, but it seems like a pretty powerful one. Back in the heyday of red diodes. Nowadays, you can get one that'll just blast everything within a 20-mile radius for like $1. There we go. That was easy. Now that I have the right tool, like 20 years of doing this stuff, and I finally have one of these things. Oh dear God, what was I doing back in the day? I put a spring washer on it. What was I thinking? Oh, that's what I was thinking. Interesting. So I put washers in here in order to mount a much smaller laser diode. That's illegal. That should be illegal. How would I mount a smaller laser diode and something like that? I mean, like, it's just a big opening now. Do I have anything that like it can adapt? I'm sure for a while people made adapters, but I don't think I have anything that'll adapt the smaller diode to the larger carrier. This looks like some kind of a botched experiment that we did. Yeah, botched experiment for sure. What about this? Differently botched, different experiment. I don't think that fits it either. really is. Like, what was I doing? Different threads. Yeah, different threads. There's got to be like a carrier module in here. No, it looks like it's just like a ring. Yeah, I was hoping to use this nice big piece of glass, but I don't know if I can. Nice big piece of glass. Glass, ass, or grass. Nobody rides for free. I could have used this with this diode though. It's made for that size diode. So if we need another blue laser module, I could set this up. Set this up together, and it'd be all good. Yeah, let me see here. Hold on. Is that a standard thread size? It is. It is a standard thread size, but I can't find anything that's going to lock the module in. Unless I cannibalize this stuff from the, what size is that stuff? Hold on. Nope, different thread size. Man, all these different little thread sizes. Trying to make something that'll seat this smaller laser in this thing. I could always turn this into a 1.4 watt pointer. Be able to smoke things with this thing, completely destroying everything. Well, this doesn't even fit into our hardware anyway, so what am I even doing here? What am I even doing here? I'm trying to set up the old powerful blue laser with a home. Sending it to a home. Why is it still tightening? Hold on. Be in a museum. All right, so there's that. And I could loosen this and put a spring behind it. I probably should. I'm gonna set this up before I put it away, just so that it's all there. So I know what's good and what isn't. Yeah, I figure using more glass would be better, and this is like all the glass, so I don't know. This seems like it should be the best one to use, but my diode unfortunately doesn't fit in it. What I should have done, what I should have did, was use this for the previous version to burn the subs. Go to your home. Hello? Jesus, this thing has a couple threads to it. Okay. We're walking. Look at how far this thing, I didn't expect this. We're walking. I think this is an Edmunds laser module. Yeah, that's a good columnator, actually. It's got a lot of glass. I kind of want to use this. I kind of want to use this, in which case all those diodes are useless to me. I don't know. What do you think, chat? What are we doing here? That'll fit around the outside. Around the outside. This is either Edmunds or Thor Labs. I know, I'm losing. I know. But I mean, part of what I'm doing here is I'm evaluating what my different hardware is. So if this giant laser, oh, you're making a pun on the fact that it's a focusing optic. God damn it. Part of what I'm considering here is how environmentally protected this is, and maybe we save the new diodes for the next version because they'll come up with a better thing for it. Or I use these optics because these apparently fit the same, and it fits all the same hardware, which probably means this wait a minute. This columnating optic probably goes on the other one, doesn't it? It's not going to fit in, though. It doesn't have enough threads. What columnating optic did that thing have? Maybe that was part of these things? What the hell? No. Yeah, that fits, but at what cost? A lot of this stuff is the same sized threads, you see. So there's like a little tiny bit of standardization here going on. So like if I get this out of here, if and when after 1,000 threads, this will fit onto here, but it'll stick out like this. So that ain't gonna work, because I mean, it might work, but I just don't want it to stick out like that. It depends on how I focus the laser. It turns out that if I focus the laser properly, it doesn't create as much smoke. So I will need to play with focusing optics, kind of like we are right now, and focal points once I get all this stuff together to try to make sure, hey, Baby Corn and Cool Billy, thank you for following, to make sure that whatever I put together focuses the beam down into enough of a spot that it's going to create the scorching, but it's not going to create a ton of smoke. I like this module a lot because it's got the cover on the front of it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use it, though. That's the unfortunate part. I think it probably has better optics. Which one is our good? This is a knockoff. This is one that came with another module, right? And then our good one is glass all the way up to the back end of it. That is, I don't think it's this one. No, it's not that one. That's a line optic. That's a line optic. Where's our good? Where'd my good lens go? My lens, my glasses. He can't see without his glasses. Oh. Did I put them on a module and put the module somewhere? No. No. How does a part just vanish? Nope. 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 Get those out of the way. They're not really relevant. Are there any other like module carriers that I should be looking at in here? I don't think so. I'm trying to see if I have an adapter that'll bring one thing over to the other. Meanwhile, I'm like crushing my microphone circuit over here. I'd be a little kinder to my test bed electronics. I'm gonna have to come back to that soon. Yeah, I think it's from my girl. No optics in there. That's obsolete. I don't know where the other lens thing went. It vanished. How did it vanish? How could it possibly have run away from... Hold on. I'm gonna make sure that everything's in place. It probably like rolled under something, right? Probably rolled under something. I don't see it under something. I know this is not the good module because the back lens of the good module was all glass. And the glass was very up close to the lens. So this isn't the good one. We got the two right there, and the two of these that I took apart. That doesn't have a lens on it. Case. Soldering iron to the side. Get the file out of the way. Then it's not back in here. No, got ghosts. What is this piece? This is a different columnating lens. Possibly the one from that laser pointer that I took apart. This is a different column. Let's just get that out. Just get it out. Get all the laser stuff out. Yeah, this would be the old laser pointer, and I can't really take this apart any more than this. I followed a procedure from the laser pointer forums in order to turn this into a 1 watt laser back in the day. That's why I had all the nice optics and stuff for it, and all these driving modules and stuff. But yeah, it didn't really pan out completely. It eventually broke. Ah, I don't know what that was. It's gone forever. All right. So yeah, nothing else in here. Oh, here it is. There it is. I don't know how it ended up all the way over there. It was under this thing. It was under the case. There it is. All right, so this is our good one because you can see it's got darker hardware inside of it, and it has Teflon on it. So what makes these optics better than the others? I don't know. Supposedly this transmits more of the light. I don't know if I believe that. And I don't know how we can test that because I don't exactly have like a setup. I don't have like a power meter ready to go. If I hook this thing up to power, I'll strip out this a little bit. It's not a very powerful diode. This is that really weenie diode, right? Not a lot coming out of the front of this thing. Really weenie low power diode here. Our low T diode. Oh my God, my eyes. Yeah, it's absolutely terrible. All right, so if I put our good optic on it, why is it creating a line? It should be creating a dot. This optic is also focused way far away. How close do I need to get, actually? Yeah, there we go. There's our dot. Which is, by God, that is a lot of standoff distance for a system. It's not a lot of focusability on this thing. But those are the optics. Supposedly that's going to let out more energy. I don't know how we can tell. You know, if I put an LED on it and I look at the current that comes back out of the LED on whatever a photodiode circuit is, I don't think that's really going to tell us much. I could put an LDR on it and we can measure what's coming out of the LDR, the light-dependent resistor. Well, the LDR is a resistor, so we're not going to put a solar panel on it. I don't know. So between that and... Now, hold on. Let me get an idea of how bright this is. All right, that's helping me out a little bit. Gotta, like, really unscrew this thing. Our standoff distance from the actual board itself is pretty intense, too. Like if I put this one on it, I can't tell. I really can't tell. You guys probably can't either. That may look a little cleaner, but we need equipment to measure that to see whether or not the good lens is actually even worth it. This is from the old laser pointer. Looks like a blister. Yeah, there's not much you can see. That's actually really clean. And again, it looks exactly the same for you guys. But again, this one, all this one is one of the cheapo, one of these, just with the cap unseated. So, what can I say? I don't know which one's better. I think any one is just going to work just about the same as all the others. This one has just had the most seat time. Compare it back again. Yeah, it's really all the same, isn't it? And then the other verses would be against the larger optics, but I can't really get a diode to present that properly. Because like this is the big diode. What a conundrum. Oh, that doesn't fit. What a conundrum, chat. I don't know which laser to use. This could be a 1.4 watt laser module. This would be great to put on the board. All right, but I can't clamp it. So maybe Burn the Subs 3 gets this thing again. That already has the calumniating lens in it. I just can't power it. I don't have a power on it right now. Well, yeah, the red laser is going to need a lot more power behind it to show up on the thermals. I don't think if I use the blue laser, I guess I could, but I'm just going to package up this module. We'll decide whether or not we want to actually use that, but this one's good to go. I mean, it looks great. It looks cool, right? What laser does your heart tell you to use? The most powerful one. Yeah, I'm a little miffed that I can't adapt the small diode module to the larger one. There are different standards, and maybe we can come up with a system. Maybe I can cannibalize some of these other parts so that we can adapt one of these to the larger rings. Let's see what we can figure out here. Because the laser line modules are definitely on the chopping block. Because I don't need that. I don't need laser line modules. But like these optics are probably the better ones. Oh God, I'm so sorry, Logitech camera. These optics are probably the better one that I have. And then second place, I'd probably put the Thor Labs module just because it has very large lenses in there. You're sitting in your room and it turns completely red. Then apparently this red laser right here is very powerful. So I want to respect it. But the way that I mounted that red laser in there was by putting 2 rings of just washers on it. Oh, it made you flinch. Hey, that's a good reaction to have. Ah! Jesus! Good reaction to have. Yeah, what I'm thinking is that maybe that ring right there might be useful to us. Can I unscrew that just with pressure? Kind of feels like it, but not really. Is there a cut on it anywhere? I don't see a cut. Might be soldered in. I know that the base of this module just unscrews like that. That was way too easy, by the way. Just unscrewing the base of the module like that. Yeah, so that is a screw-in cap. This might actually be to our advantage. I don't know. Or not. Or they use thread locker on it. In which case I need like a torch to unseat that. Of course, I did just turn this into a regular laser optic that doesn't do lines. What is so hot? Hold on. Something is overheating. Oh. Okay. Sorry. You guys would have seen it on thermals if you were paying attention. My power supply started, I heard the fan of the power supply, and then I started to smell something. The 2 leads touched the casing right there, and things got a little toasty. It was a little bit toasty. See, here's where thermal will be deceptive. Thermal imaging, because metal, long wave infrared bounces off of metal, right? Until it starts emitting enough thermal energy to show up on the thermals itself. But right now, this doesn't look like it's very hot. But when I touch it, it is depositing quite a bit of heat onto my hand. So you got to be careful with thermal imaging. Metal surfaces on thermal images are not necessarily going to show you what's up. You need to put a little piece of masking tape on it or some such thing. But yeah, anyway, the 2 leads of these things made a circuit with that piece of metal. And since my power supply is extremely powerful, it put quite a bit of current through the whole thing. All right, good lens, good lens. We need to figure out how we're going to get the other type of diode module to fit into our normal lens. If we can get it to fit into here, I will be very happy. Get a weaker power supply. It is actually that's one thing you can do. Now, but the other thing is, like, I've also got this. It's too bad that this can't run in tandem with everybody else. I think this is a different thread pitch. I can't even test that right now. I've got a diode in there. I can't test it. I think this is a different thread pitch. Yeah, pretty sure it is. Otherwise, this would be able to fit onto here. And it doesn't. Yeah, different thread pitch. All right. Let me free this diode for now so we don't damage it. I said, let me, okay, there we go. It's too powerful. What we did is we had, during the initial stages of burn the subs, I needed more current in order to test the motors, because stepper motors and stuff, they love high voltages so that you can get a lot of power into them. And we had a lot of trouble getting those higher powers on my old Agilent power supply. So we rebuilt the power supply and I put it into one of these little audiophile like equipment cases, which I really love because they're like all aluminum. So if you have a milling machine, you can do a good number on this thing and make a nice little case. You could probably 3D print most of that nowadays. But, you know, it's got an all aluminum case. And so what I did is I bought one of those little Alibaba cheapo, you know, whatever power supply modules that was able to do 52 volts at like a shit ton of amps, right? I was able to do tons of amps at 52 volts. So the little power supply module and the power supply that I put behind it are able to fully utilize one another in order to create a lot of power. And so if we do like larger motor controls kind of stuff, I'll have the ability to do that. I also put in a temperature module that observes the temperatures that are inside of the case, and it'll ramp up and down a fan accordingly. It was a pretty extensive little project, and we actually, this thing is still hot. We actually made quite a nice little power supply there. So when stuff happens like that, the current limit right now is set at 10 amps. So it was putting 6 volts, 10 amps through that little enclosure. So it can get out of hand pretty quickly. Get out of hand. This one has a little ring on it. How big are these diodes? So what I need to do is hold the front and the back. That's where I was at. You know, the old Dodger, do like that. But I need to put pressure on it. Oh, that didn't work. Curse you, Craig David. Let's see. Nope, still not the right threads. None of them are the right threads. Yeah, I need these threads. And these are kind of a weird non sequitur. What I need is essentially this ring, but with a much smaller hole in it. Because I think this ring might not put any pressure on the back. It doesn't. Yeah, if I had that ring, but with a thing that I could press a diode into, that would work too. Don't have anything like that. So I guess we can't use this. I don't want to give up that easily, though. That feels like giving up too easily. I've got some other diode modules. Hold on. I do have other diode modules in these bins somewhere. I've stashed them away. Let's find them. What did I did with them? Are you in here? No. We saw them just the other day when I was searching around for parts, so it's only a matter of me digging into the right bin to find them. No, it's not it either. I'm over here. Over here looking through my bins. Optics. It's always optics, isn't it? It's always optics. Everything's optics. There's a lot of weird stuff in here. Hold on. Searching. Those won't quite do it. What? All the side quests. Yeah, that's what we're basically looking for, a spacer ring of some type. How'd this get in here? Oh, that's a microphone mount. That's not even... Yeah, we do get kind of caught up in side quests, huh? But I need like a brass ring. I need the brass ring of plot continuation. I must go on a quest. I mean, these are the kinds of diversions that, you know, we need to have, because all these questions need answering. And one of the things about this project is that I really don't want to go and order new parts for absolutely everything. Here they are. These are from a laser level, so I don't know. No, Darkest Nights. No, you can't. No. The laser diode needs to be under pressure, and it needs to basically be a heat sink. It needs to be under pressure against a heat sink. that will bleed away all the heat of the diode. Otherwise, it's going to burn out. Also, it's probably good practice to keep ground on the can of the diode. Yes, this is looking promising. I thought I had more of these. These are little, these are from a laser level. And these are just little laser pointer modules. The laser level is just a bunch of these things that were balanced out in a particular way. Now, these are the dot. These are going to take ring pliers. Dot ring pliers. Growl. I think these are only 3 volts. They keep an eye on these leads to make sure they stay separate. Okay, it didn't grip that at all. There it is. Just a dot. Very simple, right? Man, I remember when I was like a toddler, the science department of my school had some people come in who had access to a red laser, and it was a helium neon laser, and it was just this clunky thing with like a key switch on it. And it was like a couple milliwatts. And they had us playing like laser tag with it, where we just ran around in the assembly area and they would shine the laser on you and be like, you're out. And it was like so cool. It was like, whoa, it's a laser. Now you can buy a laser pointer module for $1. And instead of tagging people with it and telling them they're out, they can look for a burn somewhere on their skin. It's come a long way. You can still get helium neon laser tubes, which are, by the way, they're more coherent and they keep their beam better and everything than the laser diode. But cool stuff. All right, let's see if we can get the front lens of this thing unseated, because I think this is going to be our bridge between worlds. No, it's not. The threads are completely wrong. Son of a... Okay. I don't think that's going to work. unless I press this into... That's not going to press, though. That's a loose fit. That would be perfect as an initial ring, though. If that fits into here without dropping through, it would be good. It's still, like, threaded and stuff. Like, I don't want anything rattling around in here. That would be very bad. Yeah, if I can find a spacer that grips this and gets to exactly this width, then it technically could adapt the one over to the other. That's why I was looking for this. Instead of like, I don't want to just use a washer. I'd rather use something that's a little bit more stout. My ring pliers are not going to go this small, and this has glue all over it. I can see the thread locker in there. So I don't think this is a good idea. The other laser module that would fit this size diode is this one. It's got the module pressed into the back. I burnt it out. Oh no, this one actually won't fit it. It does have the right size lens, but I guess... No, that is the right size. Actually pretty wide. I'm just thinking right now. That holds that. This would hold that. Nothing would hold the back of it, because it just falls right through. But if... Well, that doesn't press. That's not a press fit. Oh, man, this is frustrating. I'll figure it out. I just need I need to think. Which is not my strong suit today. Let me see. I mean, the alternative is to use some kind of hardware, right? To adapt this thing over. I don't really want it to be that janky, though. I'm sure they sell them, though. Here, let's just see. Can I just find something on like Amazon real quick? Probably the answer is yes, I would guess. Gotta get all the shit out of the way of the keyboard. Yeah, that's how they do it in optics. $3,580. 905 nanometer, 75 watt. You guys want to maybe fund me to have a 75 watt laser at 905 nanometers? God damn. How do they fit that into a diode carrier? Yeah, it'd be like, burp, and the name would instantly be there. The names would appear as if they were rendering digitally. You would need to water cool this. There's no way. 30 amps, 12 volts. It's probably a bunch of laser diodes in a coat stacked up. Oh, look, it's a focusable blue line. That looks like a lot what I already have. Huh. Yeah, I mean, most of the things are just the silver one in a little block. I've already spent plenty of time looking up this kind of stuff. What are the laser diode sizes? Freaking 30 amps. Like, how do you even do that? Pop package type. Tell me, Thor Labs. Tell me the packages. When you get into fiber optics, that's when things start getting real wacky. Applied Science, I think, did some stuff with... No, it was the post-apocalyptic inventor did a little bit of stuff with fiber optic pumped laser diodes, and he was able to burn like stone with them, which is crazy. Yeah, well, I've got a 220 volt outlet right behind the milling machine for brewing. So it would be 3.8 to 9 millimeter adapter. Looks like they have a 9.5 millimeter for DPSS. 5.6 is what I used to be used to, but 9 millimeter is what that carrier takes. 3.8 is what I have. So if we look up, I guess, 3.8 to 9 millimeter laser adapter. Maybe we'll get just a silly little ring. That's the same. This is going to be the page that we were literally just on, isn't it? It is just, we're just back here. We're just back here. God damn it. 20 millimeter copper modules. Ah, yes, laser pointer forums. It's a tacky website, but these people know what they're doing. Yeah, look at this guy. This guy's making all the adapters. I don't think I want to go out of my way to buy these, but I don't know. 20 millimeter modules. Yeah, they got all the good stuff here, though. You really do have all the good stuff. These are just pure brass, but that's fine. Yeah, forum dedicated to laser pointers. Yeah, look, there's a place for everyone these days. These are looking a little familiar. What the hell? He makes a set for pressing the diodes. My God. Yeah, these guys are serious, man. They make cool stuff. Yeah, this is mostly so that they can take tactical flashlights and put some kind of a ridiculously powerful laser pointer inside of them. Psychos, the whole lot of them. All right, so that's not. I don't really think we're going to be able to adapt stuff over. We may have to go silver with this. I may have to go silver with this, which I didn't want to have to do, but I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, these are all those with $30 on eBay. $30 on eBay, and you can have a 500 milliwatt, which is half the power of Burn the Subs, which means you could probably pop balloons with it. If you put like a piece of masking tape on it, or a piece of like black electrical tape or something on it. If you get 1 watt, then you can absolutely just pop balloons to your heart's content. Like this one here, $56, and you're just, I don't know, I don't like it. It's too accessible. Or you could just pop black balloons. That would be the easiest way to do it too. That's what all those videos with the robot popping the balloons and stuff. I'm not impressed. Because like the blue diode is like, it's all right. Just I don't know. Don't play with lasers. They're cool. They're fun. Get like a really unpowerful one. You'll have plenty of fun with it. You can go perfectly far. A 1 watt laser is absolutely just obliterating, right? It's too much. It's too much power. You will find yourself, like, if you bounce it off of a white wall, you'll squint. And it's bad for you. Have you done any flashlight modding? No. Play with guns in video games, right? I haven't really done any flashlight modding, no. I just bought like a couple pen lights and I'm pretty happy with it. Back in the day when I did festivals a lot, I did buy one of those big, powerful flashlights, and that had, like, you know, enough surface to grip, and it was super powerful. And the kids selling pills outside of our camp, I could just click it onto them and be like, you guys got to get out of here. And they're like, I was just giving meds to my friend. And I'm like, you can do that elsewhere. I don't care what you're doing. Don't do it here. It was fun. But yeah, like 50 milliwatts is cool. Stick with like a couple hundred milliwatts, right? A couple hundred milliwatts and you'll be having a good time. 1 watt is a little bit too much responsibility. You need to be a little bit too safety conscious for that. And I know people who buy laser pointers for fun, they're going to do all kinds of stupid shit with it, right? Don't, you know, if your friends point it up at the sky, you hit them as hard as I just did, right? Don't let them do that, because you will get arrested and you could crash a plane. But, you know, a couple hundred milliwatts, you go out into the forest at night, you point that thing around, it's fun. One of your neighbors will think they saw aliens. Good stuff. You know, just be responsible. Best thing you can do is put a key switch on these things. Fun only starts when there's no milli in front of the watts. No, No. It's too much responsibility, man. You're gonna hurt your eyes. You listen, Chad. I don't know how old you are, but you want to have more years in your eyes than I do. And in order to do that, you don't want to play with multi-watt blue lasers. Blue lasers are insidious. They have an ultraviolet component to the light that you're not really aware of. Your eyes aren't really aware of. The ultraviolet component of the light is particularly nasty for things like DNA and your eyesight and things like that, right? Yeah, don't fuck up your vision, chat. So I want to put that caveat on there, because I'm opening this page up and it's like, look, everything is accessible and cheap, and look at these prices. Oh my God. No. I'm showing you guys how the sausage is made, and I shouldn't. Also, these power supplies, I don't trust anymore. Remember we took one of these apart and all the capacitors were exploded inside of it, and it had no indicator to me as to why it wasn't working, other than the fact that my fan unit under my desk was working weird. Yeah, they'll find you. Well, what happens, Glurp, is that so these lasers, I mean, you saw what the lasers look like on the bench here, right? When I don't put any optics in front of the laser, this will be a nice little explanation here. When I don't put any optics in front of the laser, the beam especially from a laser diode. Now, all of these do this, right? I actually just got an indicator that I got follow or remote slots. I don't know if I'm going to do anything with them. I haven't decided. 4 more tier 1s too, huh? Well, okay, so Glurp, here's what I'm explaining. Why is it so bad to shine the LED, the laser diode up at an airplane? Well, you can see here from the bench display that without any calumniating optics, these laser diode beams spread out very quickly, right? That's from a diode. From like a tube laser, it's going to be columnated initially. But so if I focus this thing with a columnating lens, there's a certain point at which I can get to where this, oh wow, apparently not with this one. Hold on. This is a bad lens. This is a bad lens and it should feel bad. Discount anti-laser. What would an anti-laser be? Just like an incandescent bulb. So I can focus this thing with these optics, right? And I can focus this thing into a point. But if I focus it into a point too early or too late, it's actually going to spread out as the distance increases. And it may be over a large distance, but it'll spread out pretty rapidly in the grand scheme of things, in planetary distances. So if I point this at like a wall over here, it's not as readily apparent. I don't have enough space to show you. That'll spread out quite a bit by the time it gets to an airplane. And it'll be like the size of a basketball, or larger, probably much larger. And so by the time that gets up to the pilot, not a lot of power's lost through the atmosphere, a little bit, but that beam will be a nice wide beam. And so your pilot will be looking down in the dark, and they will just see this incredibly blinding light. And it like flitters around as the laser hits and doesn't hit the cockpit. You gotta look up videos of this. There's some great videos of helicopters flying around the city, and they're getting hit with these extremely bright flashes from like a tiny little speck down on the street. And it happens to be a police helicopter. And so they're like directing the police to where these people are and arresting them. But yeah, it's really bad because it's like this distracting, extremely bright sort of flashing light coming down from the ground up into the cockpit. Whereas, you know, these guys got to read instruments and stuff. Yeah, the Hong Kong protesters are using them against cameras and stuff too. Yep. Effectively, might I add. Yeah, at airplane height, there's still enough light in small enough of an area that it is, it's bad. It's bad for the people operating the large piece of machinery. So I'm a little SOL here in terms of how we're going to adapt the smaller lens to the thing that I want to use. I could go to the thing that I don't want to use, which is this one, and I can probably get this thing to work with, I think, no, I don't think I can actually, to get this one to work with the better optic that I have. Yeah, that would need an adapter. I don't even know if they're like, if I had something that would do that. Doesn't look like I do. Man, all right, so I think we've gone all the way back to the silver ones. So let me pack this back up, because yeah, I thought we might be able to find something that would work. I mean, if I find two brass washers that are barely larger than this size of laser diode. The way I did it before is I used these. And I'm not going to do that with a 1.4 watt laser diode. I'm not doing that with a 1.4 watt laser diode. There will be no heat transfer out of the diode. Technically, your diode should be pressed into the brass so that you get better heat transfer. I'm doing good, ADHD. I'm just grinding. Doing that grind. Sigma grind set. All right. How do I do this? I mean, if I do find washers, what washers am I going to use? Where are the washers that I'd use? I don't think I got brass that's going to do this. Hold on. I'll look, but yeah. This actually is a this is a laser modem. This thing right here. It's got two power, it's got a detector and a laser diode, and the laser diode already has the mount for everything on it. There's no parts in here that I can use. It's one of the things that you plug into like a router to do fiber optics. Let's see here. What do we got in the bins? This one has the best chance of having something because it's got so much weird miscellaneous gear in it. Oh yeah, this power supply. I'm going to turn off the power supply before I end up nuking something else. I want to nuke all the stuff on my desk. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I mean, these threaded, smooth threaded things, tempting. Let's just dig around a little bit and see if I can't find, I don't know, something brass. Brass is really good heat transfer. That's why everybody uses it. Oh yeah, these are the weights from the laser level. That's not going to be useful to me. I mean, I really what I want is just like a slightly thicker washer that's 9 millimeters on the outside and then fits the laser diode on the inside. Like, this washer is getting close. It just barely doesn't fit, right? Because of the threads. And that's the problem that I'm going to run into, I think. Is that the metric hardware isn't quite going to fit in there. And I don't think I can quite get the amount of pressure that I want in order to get the heat transfer right. I kind of think I'm SOL on this, chat. What do you guys think? Think I'm not going to be able to do this? Everybody's like, bother, you need to stop. You gotta let go. You just gotta let it happen, bother. There's no going back. You're breaking our hearts, bother. You keep on this, and you know it won't pan out. But you're just not letting it go. Please, bother, please. No, I'm gonna make it work. I have to make it work. I have to do this. You don't understand. None of you understand. Yeah, I could like machine something. Oh no, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. What's in the box? It's not gonna work. Yeah, alright, fine. Fine. Fuck it. It makes me sad. Because I do kind of really want to use this. And the other way that I could use this is if I put the same laser into it, which is a possibility. I could actually very much do that, is put the same exact laser into it, cut this thing out a little bit more, and then everything would be fine. I'd be using more glass on the diode lens, probably capturing more of the light and have a very slight improvement. I don't know if the focal length is going to be comparable between the two. And if I do implement this, well, I'd have to find one of the other ones of these. I have plenty more of these, so that's fine. So that actually might be okay. Man, these were slightly more powerful, I think. I'd have to look back on my eBay history to see what I bought, but I think these are more powerful. But if we put them away, we squirrel them away for BTS 3.0. I'm gonna check my eBay history on the other computer. You guys just like hang out, and I'm gonna check the other computer. My hair's settling all weird today. I think I got sweat in my hair, and it's all. I'm sorry to look like this in front of you guys. That's the thing about having webcams, is that I gotta look good for my streams. I can't just like be one of these streamers that puts the same pullover on every day. Of course, then again, I'm as close to having a school uniform as possible, I think. Because I just literally put on a different flannel every fucking day. I have like 12 of these things. All right, my eBay, please don't ask me to sign in. God damn it! Is it that password? I gotta do two-factor authentication and all this bullshit. Okay, there we go. Orders from 2019. Search your orders. Diode. Laser diode, blue Nihia. Ooh, M140, 445 nanometers, 2-watt blue beam laser. These are 2 watts, folks. These is 2-watt laser diodes, as opposed to the 1.4 watt. So I think we save them for Burn the Subs 3 then, if they're 2-watt. Oh, I already have BTS 4 planned out in terms of what I want to get out of it. I already have BTS 4 planned. Let's so I'm gonna label these. There's probably a part number on them. "2W. I'll tape them back up. We'll put them back in the bin. I hate to do this, but this is what needs to get done. It's what I need to get done. We're going to tape these up. We're going to put them away. We'll come back to them, I promise, for Burn the Subs 3. Burn the subs 3, we're going to have a much better setup, and I'll probably be able to get a proper, what was it, 3.8 millimeter? Hold on, I'm going to write that on the thing. I don't want to lose that information. No, we'll use them. It's just like I have 3 of them sitting here. I figured I wanted to use 3 of them, but my cool equipment doesn't, 3.8 millimeter. Let's see if I can fit Nikia and 3.8 millimeter on here. .8. The problem is I'm writing it on plastic. So that's going to go away. I think I've already rubbed it off. Yeah. Oh, here we go. I can do the top of this one. .8 mm. MM stands for multi-level moves. 3.8 mm. And the product name on there. Probably should just like tape them up in a piece of paper, but the eBay seller was kind enough to put them into this little styrofoam squishy thing. And then I guess blue tape on them. So when we get to burn the subs 3, we will use these. I'll just label it 2W on the outside. X3. 2WX3. We use the same diode that we used in burn the subs. Now when that dies, I'll have an emergency where I need to somehow get these smaller diodes into the larger carrier. Now, I'm thinking I want to use this Thor Labs thing because, and I believe this is a Thor Labs laser diode carrier, not because it has like whatever the super fancy nice glass is, because it's got larger optics, it's got larger lenses, only slightly, but it does have larger lenses, and I think those larger lenses are going to have the advantage of capturing more of the beam and giving us higher power transmission rates from the diode to our wood. I'm not too sure about this one. This one has been used for a while, and it's super fancy glass, apparently. Somebody on the Laser Pointer forums obviously talked good things about this and sold them, but it might be snake oil. You never know. So that's where we're at with that. Let me put our good laser diode. What is this one? One of the, yeah, I'll put the good laser diode lens in onto one of these, and I'll put that in the bin. But these are already the size where I could press out the diode and press in our good one. I don't have a diode press. What I do have is a miniature machine vise and a devil-may-care attitude. So, oh wait, let's get a spring behind that. We put a spring in this one. I'm going to put another spring in this one, and I'll leave the rest disassembled. Everything else will remain disassembled so that I know what I've got, you know? I know what I got, OBO. I think with a spring in here, we couldn't get this to focus on the distance that I wanted. Because, like, the spring takes up that much space when it's fully compressed. But the spring is what keeps this thing in focus, so. That's one complete module that I'll put in here. Without the right diode. And then I can put all the other toys away, except for, where did our good diode go? There it is. Gotta be careful, it's the only one I got. And then get some of these parts in here. Parts that we unfortunately can't use. I like the one with all the heatsink ribs on it. It is the size of, actually it's a little larger than this can. Only barely. It's like only slightly larger than the other can. I don't know. It feels like it would do better for heat dissipation, but I think that's just smoke and mirrors. I think, like, theoretically, like in the lab, it'll do better heat dissipation, but I don't think in practice. I don't think it will in practice. Where'd that other module go? It's over here. Might as well keep some of these parts together. After all, one needs to have backups. And then this guy over here. See if we can get these in here. Oh god, this is the worst part. The wires into this thing. Yeah, I got a lot of little laser diode things. I don't have a great selection. I have a lot of variety of weird stuff. A lot of the stuff is like sort of really weird, but unfortunately I don't have the types of parts where I can mix match all this stuff together. I guess at a certain point you probably get there, but I ain't there yet. Like, I don't know why I'm keeping all of this stuff. Like, if I ever want to make an Uber flashlight or something and I want a key switch on it, this is, you know what, this is trash. This is not worth it. Like, I put a bunch of like solder blobs at the bottom of this thing because it wouldn't make good contact. And so I had to screw around with it. And key switches are terrible, by the way. There's like 3 keys to these things, and you can just stick a screwdriver in most of them and just get them to flip over. So I don't know why I'm holding on to all these parts. Useless. Hold on to some of it, not all of it. Okay, that apparently found glass somehow. I'm not going to question it. Just going to accept that somehow a piece of metal that I threw found a piece of glass that was across the room. This is the worst part. Just getting the can to meet up. Getting the can to meet up with the thing is impossible. Now, we will still have a proper laser playing session soon, because I need to focus the powerful optics. And for that, I need to dig out my laser goggles. If you can't tell, I am reluctant to power this thing up today. Perhaps Friday I can prepare myself for such things. I think on Friday what we could do is, you know, I can finish up, I can get the 3D print of this piece back here. I'll probably have to, that's burning the midnight oil. If I wake up early enough tomorrow, if I wake up at 8 o'clock like I'm trying to do nowadays, it's probably going to be 8:30 to 9. I'll wake up, and if you guys think that's bad, I know a lot of you guys have like real careers and stuff, but like, man, have you heard about how late fucking streamers sleep? It's ridiculous. Anyway, if I wake up early enough, I can do the 3D edits that I want to do. Because we took a big diversion here today to mess with lasers. If I do all the edits that I want to do on the 3D print and get that printed, then we can get like a measurement of the distance of the laser, and I can start playing with the actual optics, and we can see whether or not we can get the optics focused properly from here. Now, there's going to be tweaking after that, of course, because the focus of the optics needs to be such that it doesn't create a lot of smoke. That's the one problem with the thing, is that it will create a shit ton of smoke if I don't get it focused right. Does that work? It seems like it would. Wait a minute. No, I don't think that'll work. I don't think that'll... no. What about this one? This is the one that I modified in order to do a line module. No, I don't think those will adapt properly. Those are old optics from my big powerful laser pointer. It did like a star field kind of thing, which was neat. What about you, Red? This is a moderately powerful red laser diode. I don't know. Could put it in a pointer module. We'll just do that and then label it 650 nm. Because I don't know where it came from. Plus, you can get 650 nanometer modules for like nothing. You can get it for a smile. How's this looking? after 2.6 years of Why are you looking at me? What? Why are you looking at me like that? You guys are weird. You guys are weird as hell. Oh God, why did this thing change its brightness adjustment? What are you doing? Ugh. Why did it do that? Oh my God. It's like killing me. It turned the gain all the way up. Now the video coming from it is terrible. Who hurt you? What the hell? Why is it, I didn't adjust anything. Man. Oh, that's going to affect my ability to inspect this. Two years of operation running burn the subs. That's looking pretty good. I'm looking for like anything happening on the lens there. Yeah, it looks really clean. At least insofar as I can inspect it right now. It's likely that this is a bunch of diodes that are stacked up on top of one another. If you guys observe my burn the subs video, you can see, what is all that crap? Do we have it? Did we put like a heatsink goop on it? No, I think that's the epoxy from the factory. But yeah, if you look at the burn the subs video, the very intro is the previous laser diode module, the one that I had inside of this little guy here. The laser diode inside of this thing. We got it out, I think, and we transferred it over to, hello? Oh no, I can't use any of that stuff. That's all glued in. Damn it. I was wondering if maybe I had some optics adapters in here, but I don't. It's all permanently glued in. This is garbage. Let me get the switch out of here. But yeah, the very intro has a laser diode module that we took apart. And the way that we did it was by clamping with a pair of vice grips a razor blade that was then clamped into the vise of my milling machine, and the laser diode can was actually clamped into the McPherson, no, not McPherson strut, the whatever the drill clamp is, the drill shuck for my milling machine. And so we spun the laser diode, and then I used the XY table in order to move in the razor blade, and that ended up cutting the perimeter of the diode, and I was able to get it onto the vise so that you could see it turn on without the can there. So you can see there's multiple little bonding wires on it, and it, yeah, it was a pretty spectacular piece of microscopy that we were able to do. I'm still holding out hope that I can use the new laser diodes with this setup, but oh God, what is happening? What is this? What is happening here? I'm scared, Chad. Oh, it's the entire thing. Okay. What is this? What is all this stuff? Huh. It's like just like a button module. I guess I'll hold on to that. I forget what I called these. It's not ring plier, and I know the tool is German, but you know, like threaded ring wrench. You know what? I don't know. I found the search term at one point, and I was really excited, and I bought a kit. They're very useful for optics. But I don't know I forget what the search term is, unfortunately. If you remind me on the Discord, I can look it up. I'm happy to do that. Because I have to go through Amazon history, and I've already done that too much today. All right, so let's get this thing situated. I'll drill a hole in this later. I need to find hardware to mount this to this, and then tomorrow we're gonna check out the powerful laser diode running at its full till. We're not gonna do 2 watts. We're gonna do the 1 watt laser diode, or 1.4 watt laser diode. 2 watts is like all I could find was 2 watt laser diodes. But I'll have a motor upgrade for that. So this I can get in nice and tight. So that'll get good heat transfer out. I'll solder leads on that later. I know which one's positive because that's where I put the pink wire. Yeah, we'll see about burning something tomorrow. I mean, I have to, right? Pretty much. It's funny, that looks like just the right hardware, but I can't use it. I don't know, the Thor Labs... Shit! I missed the trash can. Adjustable spanner wrench. That doesn't seem like the right term. Jesus Christ, that one you linked is crazy. Yeah, you can look up adjustable spanner wrench. The terms that I found... Oh, I hate that, Smith Clay. I had to deal with that yesterday. Brett had a slight hiccup in his stream, and then Twitch was like, here's 3 pre-roll ads, and the first one is for... What was the first one for? I thought it was something like kind of semi-local to here. Something like... I forget what it was for. But it was for something that started with a connection error screen. And I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? And I was like, oh, ha, 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 it's just an ad. Look at us, connection error, ha, ha, ha. And I'm like, I ain't laughing, Twitch. I ain't laughing. Okay, so that needs to be embiggened. Yeah, you think it would have like a German name or a Swedish name? I could put it like this. Or we could do that off of something else over here on the front. We'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, so we're going to use this laser. We're going to use this driver. That'll give it a nice, it'll have a nice, nice scientific look to it, right? And we're going to have plenty of metal on there. It's going to have good heat transfer. And it'll have large optics. It'll have large lenses on the front of the laser. My only concern that remains is our ability to focus it at the distance that it's going to be. So let's prepare for what we have in store on focusing day. I don't think I'm going to use this thing to focus it, though. I think the single screwdriver is probably a safer tool to use. Although when I get this gapped to the right size, I guess I still can use it, but... This is a kit of two of these, and you just flip it around to do the inside or the outside. Did a lot of stuff with night vision goggles with this thing. All right, so we put that thing on, and then this thing on. This thing put back here. Power supply, move it array, and all the laser stuff. Unfortunately, all the cool laser stuff that I have, we're packing it up for another day. So the 2-watt laser is going to have to wait. Would be a little easier for me to be able to just tell people that I have a 2-watt laser in there, but oh well. It's hard because it's hard to actually find less powerful lasers now, just because of, like, I guess DSP televisions and stuff like that. Like the market moves based on what's in demand, and what's in demand is more powerful lasers so that you can have an entire bright TV screen running off of your running off of the laser, of the singular source laser. Save something. What? Save our planet with service. Thank you for following. Service guarantees citizenship. All right. Bolts and maybe washers, actually, to be honest. I think I planned on having these big wide dudes hold this thing in. So I need to find 2 of these things. 2 of these things. I don't think the ones I have are long enough. I think I need to find alternative screws for this. So on to the screw hunt, I suppose. Unless I can get... Unless... Hold on. Come on, magnet. Do your thing. A lens spanner wrench. There you go. That sounds more like the right thing. Yeah, what size did I make those? I guess we can check with a 3D model. So I can go to here. and measure this piece. Be nice if I could find this clamp in anodized black, huh? 2.7, so it's a 3mm fastener. So among us, the 3mm fasteners that I have, I think maybe I should go over to here to the drone screws to try to find something a little bit more specialty. These are 2.5. I love these, but they're more for carbon fiber, and they've got the whatever it is, the sleeve. I won't use those. Countersunk, maybe these. These are hex button heads. I just want to use something a little different on the very front. It might be too large. What size is this? Lasers, yep. We're doing laser stuff. Yeah, these are 3s. Let's use these. So the thing is, there's still support material inside of the stupid thing. So I'm going to have to bust out the support material, and then I need a washer around those cap heads. Do I have any washers in here? Nah. These are like screws from when I did drone stuff a long time ago. So I like to use these up on special things. So I need 2 washers that will span those heads. I guess we're back to the washer bin. I'll see if I can find any that are like not totally silver and shiny, which may be a tall order. That may be a tall order. Like, this is just a rubber disc. I can't use that. But I thought I had some black washers in here. Would be nice to kind of round out the look. That one I lost. Here it is. Yeah, this one's coated. It's pretty good. And that will span the hole. Perfect. This one is similar. Nope, shiny. Too shiny. There's got to be another one in here. They always travel in pairs. An integrated washer kind of fastener would be good. That one is plastic. Yeah, that one's plastic. What is this one? That one's metal. I want to make sure it's metal because I want to have enough pressure on it in order to hold it still. Shaping up to be a pretty good project, though, to be honest. This is a much better foot forward than we had before, which is how any improvement on a project should go, right? Should always be putting our best foot. Great use for pill organizers. If you keep them organized, it's the only way they work. It's the only way they work. But the prescriptions that I have that run out after, a month only use 4 pill carriers. They only last 4 weeks. So I had a 5th, and I was like, all right, I'll just put drone screws in the thing. This is great. So yeah, that's how I ended up with drone screws and a pill carrier. You know what? We don't have enough light. Let's close the barn doors a little bit. There we go. Will you close the freaking doors? All right, let's see. I can't scream as loud as Cameron Mitchell on that scene because it needs to like peak the microphone, and I'm not going to even try. I'm not going to even try. This one has a spring on it. I don't think I need that. I think this is a recipe. A screw with a spring connected to it is probably a recipe for firing the actual screw out of the device one day, and I'm like, where did that come from? Wait a minute, how did I get, why is there a screw here? Across the room. I am lucking out in terms of finding, wait, what's this? Is this it? That doesn't look metal. Yeah, that's plastic. They're all plastic, chat. I don't know. I thought I had another metal washer that wasn't totally shiny. I don't like shiny in my projects. I tolerate it. Look at this beast. It'd be nice if I could find those kinds of screws that have washers built in. Like super wide top button heads. No shiny. No tickets. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. When I'm hungry, I take shortcuts, and when I take shortcuts, things break. Yeah, there's like a bunch of them in here. I don't know if I had a kit at one point, but none of them are carbon copies of the one that I already found. There's also, the problem is I also have a kit of plastic fasteners, because those are the kinds of things that I used as standoff screws on Burn the Subs control board, and those plastic fasteners look exactly like the metal fastener that I'm looking for. Maybe there's one in the ancient screw bin, the one that for some reason I haven't broken down yet. Hold on a second. I got one up here, but I gotta unpack stuff in order to get to it, because otherwise everything over here is going to, like, avalanche. It's like the linchpin in this whole operation right now. This thing is holding my entire shop together. There we go. Maybe I got something in here. This one is a DigiKey screw kit that I bought a million years ago. All that's left are a couple English-sized stainless steel fasteners from the old kit, and I don't really use them anymore. It was cool to put everything in, like, stainless steel for a little while, but eventually you gotta move on. Nah, none of this stuff is right. Son of a bitch. I could use fan screws on it, the really wide topped ones. Nothing, nothing, double nothing, triple nothing, quadruple nothing. There's nothing in here. Well, shit. Well, shit. I don't know if this could have adapted the laser diode over. What's up, evil monkey? How you doing? I'm just looking for a washer right now, because I need something to clamp down our laser diode carrier. And then hopefully tomorrow we can get to testing the diode out. I see, like, these rings, I'm wondering if I could have used these as adapters from the 3mm to the 9mm laser diode. Probably not. But I put everything away, so I'm not going to know. All right, so there's nothing fancy looking enough in here for my own purposes. Now, this is where somebody like ClickSpring would make their own. Be like, so I like turned into the screw on the, yeah. Penny washers, yeah. Isn't that what they're called? So, like, this one is metal, right? And I want another one of this. I'm not able to find it. I don't know why. I found one. It cannot be the only one that I have left. There has to be another one in here somewhere. Problem is, I keep finding the plastic versions of them, which is this one. You can tell by the feel. You know, it's not as cold as the metal one should be. By all means, I should have another one of those in here. Here's one that's larger that won't fit my needs. It won't fit my knees. I mean my needs. I mean my niece. I mean, like, how hard can it be, right? How hard? That's rubber. That's blatantly rubber. I didn't mean for today to be such a parts hunt. We've done parts hunt on multiple fronts by now. Sometimes that happens, though. Sometimes you need just the right thing. Tell me it's plastic. It's plastic again. Damn it. It's always possible that the other one went into, like, another bin, if there even was another one. I have to assume that, you know, there was an even number, but you never know. Oh, penny washers and literally a penny with a hole in it. Yeah. Penny fuses are better. Somebody rated a bunch of those inanimate objects in terms of how much current they were able to carry. Like a 22 can carry like a certain number of amps. I think it was like in the tens before it goes off. I mean, Mythbusters did that one, but that's more exciting. That one's also plastic. If I use plastic washers, I think that might be bad, because those might have a tendency to stretch over time, especially given pressure that I'd be putting on them. I think, anyway. I don't know. That was buzzing me. Man, I'm getting buzzes all over the place. Oh, I want to check to see if it's important. Yeah, the 22 fuses in the truck apparently can go off, although they're not that strong. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, now I know what's up. Minimize that again. Oh, man. You know, chat, I can't find a frickin' washer that's not super shiny, so I guess I'm going to use shiny washers for now. Sorry about that. That's like searching through the Lego bin to find exactly the right piece so that your kit looks just right. But unfortunately, I'm kind of lucking out on this one. I just can't seem to find a washer that's fancy looking, as in black, so that it doesn't reflect all of the studio lights all over the place. But I don't think I'm going to win this one at this point. You know, we've given it enough time that it's getting a little tedious. What is this? Wait a minute. I saw something. No, I thought I saw something. Didn't really... It might be plastic. Ah, it's just crap. It's all crap! It's all crap. None of it's good. Nothing I build. Everything is shit. It's all shit. All right, let me get another stainless washer here. We'll just use 2 shiny stainless washers. Done. 5 seconds. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, re-strategizing your search and figuring out if you want something a particular way. I was hoping I could use these. I think I only have one of these, but it's like a little rubber bumper. I don't even know what I'd do with this. Oh god, Sharpie finish is worse. No, Sharpie finish is the worst, because it's actually red. If you look at the reflection of a Sharpie finish, it's red. All right, let's get this thing mounted so that I can get food, because I'm dying. So there's still support material inside of this that I have to kind of work out. And I want to make sure that that creates enough pressure. These are hex. One of these is not 3mm. I got to get the other screw kit out. Hold on. The pile of stuff on my desk. I got attacked. You saw it. That was the slip ring that I keep up there for some reason. I think I'm going to move that slip ring, but I do like putting dick butt on camera. People watching in podcast mode are like, what did you just say? What was that about dick butt? All right. Those 2. And then get one of these guys over here. Perfect. And then basically the only reason that I need the washer is because the screw posts for this thing are well larger than a fastener that's 3mm. Yeah, it's just right through the whole thing. So I need a washer around it in order to spread out the amount of force. In order to get these things to even hold on, I actually did posts, and those posts are pressure fit enough that this thing is going to stay put. Now, I am relying on those posts and the pressure fit nature of them and the jankiness of the 3D print in order to hold this whole thing together. But that I'm actually pretty impressed with. That ain't going nowhere as long as I just put a little bit of pressure from the screw in order to keep it from flying off. What I did is I made the post just a little tiny bit shorter than the post holes. Post hole holds posts. And I don't know if I'm going to have enough. Oh boy. I hope these aren't too long for the amount of threads that I gave them. I guess they are just going to force their way all the way through if that's the case. Seems to be. Seems to be the case that they just kind of force themselves through. I'll have to extend the holes in Fusion. But I mean, if they expand the post outward, that's even better, because then that's creating even more of a solid mount for this. I think most of what they will be doing is forcing the excess support material straight backwards. But I am getting a really good grip on that, so there it is. That's our laser diode carrier. Now I'm gonna have to put that on the milling machine tomorrow. I don't think I'll use an end mill. I think I have drill bits that are large enough, and they should hopefully center themselves well enough within that in order to create enough of a hole there. And then on top of this, let's get the fasteners for that. I can finally put the circuit board, and then we can call it a day. So this thing is fitting in with, I want to say 2.5, but we might have left it to 3 millimeter. Let me see. So this gets multiple little supports. So it gets 2 posts there where it originally mounts. It gets an extra post there and an extra post on the front, which makes it still a little bit janky, let's be honest. Because if I unplug something from one of these, it's going to pivot the whole board on these 2 screw holes. I don't know what they were thinking when they put just 2 little tiny screw holes on this thing. You know, it might be better if I just put it to like 3M dual lock, put like a larger pad on this. But either way, I'm going to keep it this way. If there's excess wire, I can tuck it behind the board. I just don't like this design. I feel like maybe I could find a circuit board that's, you know, like approximately fits in here. That could probably be possible. I mean, we have a circuit board from 1998 that runs diodes like this, and it's smaller than this thing. So I don't know what's going on with these laser diode drivers. I guess in a lot of different setups, it just doesn't matter how large that circuit board is. But I mean, screw holes like not even centered, like midway on your circuit board. That's so weird. I've done that with a couple things, but I at least maintained 3 points of screw contact. Actually, no, I didn't. Never mind. I've done it before. I don't like it though. Anyway, what size are these things? Inspect. They are 2.2 millimeter. So if they're 2.2, I guess that's a 2.5. Yeah, that's a 2.5 millimeter fastener. So let's find a couple 2.5 millimeter screws, and I default to my favorite, which are the laptop screws. The way I mounted the board before was by using a bunch of these big standoffs, but let's use some smaller 2.5 millimeter screws. I like these because of the pan head. I'm a big fan of the pan head screws. They've got a very clean look to them. 2.2 is 2.5 rather is about this. All right, that's probably what I'm shooting for. Double check. Oops. I gotta be careful with posts that are this long too. I've done a couple designs with posts that are this long, and if you have too much screw going into the posts like this, then you can potentially snap off the post with the torque that you're putting into it. So the circuit board does not need to be held, you know, hail or high water. This screwdriver just sucks. It's like dropping the screws all over the place. Hold on. It's not magnetic enough. Keep things nice and neat. There we go. That one, see, that one has enough metal on there to hold it on. All right, so it's going like this. I guess I could desolder some of the connectors that I don't use. What's going on here? Oh, my screw fell completely. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's not good. The my beloved panhead screw falls through the whole thing. Well, I got one solution for that, and that's all those plastic washers that I found before. Maybe those will narrow up the screw hole. That's not a good solution. That's all I got right now, unless I find a different fastener for it. I didn't know that would happen. Oh god, it's like real janky if I do it this way. No, I don't like this at all. Hello? Where's the... Well, can I use a larger... This one seems to slip in, though. This one's actually maybe smaller than 2.5. This might be 2. So if we go up to 2.5, which I'm hoping... Yeah, that looks like a 2. I hope. I hope, chat. Chat, if it's not, I don't know what to do. Hold on. let's measure it real quick. Let's measure. Let's measure it. Let's measure it real quick. Where the hell is my where are my calipers? Where's anything? What does it all mean? 2.3. Yeah, okay. So this is 2.5. The one I was using was too small. Problem solved. Cap head shouldn't slip through. Nope. Good. Good. Tighten that bad boy up. Hopefully my standoff doesn't snap off. It feels like it's about to. I might want to use shorter screws. Yeah. Although I did just break in the entire area there, but I'm going to use shorter screws than this. We don't need as many threads on this. It's not mechanical. It's not mechanical. I don't need 5,000 threads sticking out of the bottom of this thing. Actually, that is a pretty short one, to be honest. Yeah, apparently like 1,000 freaking emotes just unlocked. I haven't even been able to get back and design new emotes yet. I've been meaning to change up our lineup here, and then Twitch is like, here's more emotes. And it's like, I feel assaulted. I feel a pinch of assault. Where'd that go? Oh, those are the shortest ones in that size, I think. Do a quick run to see if I've got any smaller ones. Yeah, I think those are the smallest that I have in this size, so I'm gonna have to use them. I'm gonna have to use them, so I gotta be careful when I screw them in to not put far too much torque into those posts, because they are not very well supported. The one on the right was okay, but it might get a little weird. You could always put a washer on the top in order to keep it from going in too far. Because the further in you do these screws into like undersized plastic holes, the more torque is required to get over the friction. And while all that friction keeps your screw in really nicely, it also puts pressure on your mechanical stuff. Give more emotes, streamer. I will. I'll get to it. Part of it is that like I'm the one doing all this. I'm not paying anybody else to do it, so I need to get into pixel art mode. And I do pixel art in kind of a variety of different weird ways. We've done pixel art streams before. The last time we tried to do one, though, I got very quickly sidetracked because we had multiple different things to do, and I got completely and utterly sidetracked. So, we'll get. I don't know if I'll do another stream with pixel art because I think the ideas flow a little better when it's just me doing it. But I have a bunch of emotes that I want to create into art, if not by just theft. If not by just stealing some of the features and kind of applying them to my own emotes. But usually I'll do that. It's not like other streamers. It's just like Google emotes. Google's not going to come into my chat and call me a bastard for stealing all their artwork. So, you son of a bitch. All right, so there is our axis. Yeah. I mean, so far so good, right? I think my cameras have, like, the focus and everything, the cameras have wandered off. It's pretty strong. And hopefully nothing moves around. Yeah, I love doing pixel art. I don't do it traditionally. You know, I suck at it, but whatever. Yeah, it's mounted pretty nicely. Our drag chain is there. Ugh, I need to tighten the belts a little bit. But what I do need to do is figure out how this thing is being held in place. It just needs something right here. And I think maybe it might be glue. That something might be glue. I might just glue this thing right here. Glue this glizzy. Just a little bit of glue there, and then the whole thing's going to want to flex against my really flimsy part back there. But, I mean, okay, so from 3D design to fruition, turn off the thermals. from 3D design to actual thing. That worked out pretty nicely. We didn't get around to doing the modeling to expand these cleats. Maybe I'll leave them alone for now, because we've got enough work to do with the laser that I'll want to get to that and get it focused, correctly and all that stuff. So I'm going to see about tightening this up a little bit, this belt. We've got limit switches on either side. I need to maybe just put a threaded hole in the side of this thing so I can put the little light into effect somewhere. I could screw it in as the washer for that. And then, all the excess wiring, of course, I can pack underneath this thing, which is cool. That'll be nice. Look at that. Takes it. Beautiful. Beautiful. I just clip this onto the side like this. That doesn't really work. I could super glue it on. No, because then it'll break off. Yeah, anyway, we're going forward. We're making progress on this thing. Tomorrow we're probably going to be working on more of this, but we'll be involving lasers with it. We'll have laser beams all over the place, and I'll lose my eyesight and all that fun stuff. And then from there, I guess we're going to be doing software, or if I really need to, work on the control panel, all the electronics for burn the subs, so that we can kind of wrap them up a little bit, make them a little bit better than they are right now. Because right now we've got like Arduinos and a laser board controller and the Raspberry Pi and the old pump, all that stuff. We'll have to figure it out. We might leave it pretty much the way it is, though, because I want to get this thing back and running. We have enough software work to do next week that I should probably get to it. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys to figure out what you want to do on Twitch, because there's plenty of stuff going on. I think ADHD Generate is probably not on right now. I think he popped in just to talk about the new emotes, but I was kind of busy at the moment. Yeah, he's not on right now. Djibouti just started? Only 180 viewers. Jesus Christ. Oh, because they're doing a movie. Davies, you can guess what he's doing. Dex bonus is around. Dodger. Looks like they're playing games. Rob Oz is doing weird shit. Robaz, if you're Bruce talking about Rob Oz. Robaz, thanks for the raid. All right, I'm going to get out of here. We're going to be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. I don't know what to say. I'll be back tomorrow, and we're going to work on lasers. There's going to be more beams running around here. We'll have fun. Deal, 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 deal. Here's the end card. Deal.